And then, yeah, there's the kind of broader point, I think. The West needs to become much more intelligent in the way it uses its force. It has a lot of power, both soft and hard power, and seems only now interested in just dropping bombs on civilian areas as an answer to basically every geopolitical problem. It just sees war from a distance because it's scared post-Iraq of putting boots on the ground anywhere to just want to bomb places. And I don't see that's a fruitful long-term endeavour. Which I'd be interested to hear what everyone else's take on that is. But yeah, either way, to predict what some other people on the panel might have to say on this, the Houthis are trash, right? I'm just going to put that out there straight away. The Houthis are anti-Semitic, dangerous, slave owners. That's a thing these things are all true about the Houthis. So I'm not here to defend them. But what I will say is that none of the action being taken by both the Biden administration and the Conservative government here in the UK will do anything to stop those bad things about the Houthis. And it actually will lead to further support in Yemen for the Houthis, therefore further entrenching those terrible things about them.
Okay, well, quite the opening statement. Thank you for being here. We'll see how we go. We got the other side here. I was scrambling, gang. I was like, oh my God, no one else showed up. But no, they're here now. We're here. We're ready to go. But let's continue with the opening statements. Let's get through it. Will there be call-ins? Maybe. We'll see how it goes, Omar. I promise. Next up, we have non-smoker. Non-smoker. Thoughts?
Yeah. Twitch.tv/non-smoker, non_smoker, resident, last remaining schizo-tanky on the platform. Happy to be here. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty simple for me that there's very little precedent for military intervention being an effective means of quelling conflicts, particularly when it comes to U.S. military intervention against non-state actors in the 20th and 21st centuries, I should say. I think that this strategy has failed every single time it's been implemented. Oftentimes, it ends up in creating greater destabilization. And in the case of Yemen, I think it's very interesting that as much as there may be plenty of criticisms to go around for the Houthis and their methodology or their ideological composition or whatever, the idea that carrying out strikes on Yemen, which could potentially be detrimental for civilians who live there, is going to do anything other than embolden them. The notion that people don't get that connection is incredibly frustrating for me. I would think that one of the most important things for the Houthis, much like Hamas, is gaining international recognition as a legitimate group which wields legitimate authority and power, almost as if they're the legitimate government of Yemen. And for the Houthis, carrying out these strikes on commercial shipping vessels, although to us in America it might seem kind of illogical, to them seems like the perfect way to demonstrate their legitimacy, because they appear to be at this time the only group, or one of the only groups, willing to use military force to support the people in Gaza. So I think if you want to stop these strikes, you would have to do something to the Houthis that would be more consequential to them than the benefits of being internationally recognized as a legitimate power. And I don't think any amount of drone strikes on Yemen will deter the Houthis. I actually think trying to negotiate a peace settlement in the conflict in Gaza with Israel would do a lot more to quell these attacks than anything else. I don't think that's a simple solution, and I don't pretend to say that it's a matter of making one or two phone calls and then it's done with, but certainly we could do more than, nothing. And I think that route is ultimately a much better one for the world and would probably succeed in stopping these strikes on these shipping vessels, lead to less civilians dying, etc.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Next up, I don't think you've been on my channel proper before. Perspective Philosophy. What do you have for us?
Hello. Really happy to be here. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the position that it wasn't just simply that we should have struck the Houthis, but that it was necessary for us to have struck the Houthis, both the UK and the USA. The way I see it is that right now we're in the geopolitical tensions that are going on right now represent a new Cold War and a challenge to American hegemony. And although I'm not a fan of the way in which America has, let's say, perpetuated its power globally with the Iraq and Afghan wars, specifically, I don't think they were very well done. The alternative is to essentially lose American hegemony, and what you'll see is global destabilization and wars everywhere. People will start scrambling for power, and the power vacuum will lead to essentially a world war or small conflicts to the point in which it's basically a world war, but people aren't necessarily having one single unified conflict. So the way I see it is that the protection of global shipping, such that we can maintain our military supremacy and maintain NATO's military security for the foundation of, let's say, German industrialization, British industrialization, at a time in which we're having to ramp up and produce more and more ammunition, military equipment. Poland's put the largest order of military equipment in since the Second World War in terms of European supply. So what we really have is a very lukewarm Cold War in which we're talking about the total mobilization of pretty much the entire European population. I think that if we need to bomb anyone to make sure that war does not happen, or we can prevent that happening to the best of our ability, we should bomb the shit out of them. We should absolutely bomb the shit out of them. Very sorry that the Houthis... actually, I don't feel anything for the Houthis. Nothing. I do feel bad for the people of Yemen. And I do pity the Houthis, I suppose, in one respect, that they are misguided. But in the grand scheme of things, we need to essentially take away their military infrastructure, or rather their military power, which they've been provided, and we need to do so in the cheapest way possible. So one of the biggest problems that we're facing isn't necessarily that we're bombing the Houthis, it's the cost of bombing the Houthis and the ability to maintain global shipping at a reasonable rate such that we can allow for NATO to survive this test of its hegemony.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. We'll see how it goes. Last, but certainly not least, someone who I do appreciate, because this was last minute, literally 5 minutes ago. I got a DM saying someone had an emergency, couldn't make it, right? And Artemis Fowl was willing to step up and fill in. So I really appreciate you, Artemis. Thank you. Go ahead. What you got for us?
Okay. So the Yemeni civil war started in 2014, where the Houthis rose up, started trying to overtake the legitimate government of Yemen, causing massive bloodshed and death. The Yemeni president in 2015 asked Saudi Arabia to help stop the evil Houthis that everybody agrees is shit. And Saudi Arabia did this by supporting them with bombing. Actually, Helen, your guy said, you guys here.
Oh.
So if you want, I can tag out, but this is going to be I can do my opening statement.
Yeah, do your opening statement.
And then I'll bow out to Rashad so he can come over the top rope.
Yeah.
All right. So, no, there was no genocide. The Yemeni president, the official government of Yemen, asked Saudi Arabia to help them fight off the extremist Houthi terrorists, and that's why they were bombing them for fucking 8 years. There was no examples that they're going to give, because nobody did any research into this, for why they were bombing them. Just because they were being bombed doesn't give them the right to fire at shipping lanes. They're being backed by Iran. That's where most of their equipment is coming from. The Houthi military is very large. It is a lot better armed than Hamas. It is a lot more organized than Hamas. It has a standing actual infrastructure. So it's not like ISIS. We can actually bomb them and get rid of them. Yes, when somebody starts firing missiles at shipping lanes, we shouldn't just wait for them and try to reach them with fucking diplomacy, you need to immediately stop them. The Houthis are an active shooter in a fucking school. You have to stop them immediately. Then you can decide whether or not there's like any further issues need to be done. Radar systems are not they're not plentiful. You can take them out. Once you take out their radar systems, they are blind. They can't fire their missiles accurately. It makes the shipping lanes safer. Shipping lanes are much more necessary than people think. Shipping lanes actually provide life-sustaining food and resources to very poor countries on the other side of Africa, because trying to go around the Cape of Good Hope would cause a massive amount of delay and is much more expensive. So this doesn't just impact fucking the capitalist societies that I know somebody's going to argue, but it actually impacts a lot more people, and especially poor countries. So I don't know why anybody's making these arguments that we shouldn't take out the Houthis, because the Houthis haven't provided anything useful. They are terrorists. They have been at war. They're implementing child soldiers. They don't bring anything useful to the conversation other than they're trying to kill innocent people, abduct them, and steal all their shit. They decided to respond with force against innocent people. We should respond in kind until they stop.
Okay, well, thank you again. Thank you for being willing. Rashad, hi.
I'll bow out now since you don't need me.
Well, you'll always be needed in my heart. But thank you again.
Before I leave, Kevin Logan. Yep. Bering was right.
Hello? What?
Bering was right.
About what?
Bering.
Yeah, what about him?
He was right though. Don't worry about it.
I have no. Okay.
No, he's a cunt.
Okay, I don't know who that is or what that is.
Don't worry about it. It's a
grown man who pretends to be a bear on the internet. Yeah. Okay. That's all you need to
know. Exactly. Not about this. I'm going to be real.
All right, I'm out.
Rashad. Okay. Hi. First of all, I didn't think you were going to make it. Thanks for making it.
No problem. Yeah, it was a very, very serious situation, but luck was on my side, and here I am. Thank you for having me.
Like, if someone died, go take care of that. Like, seriously, right?
But... Oh, no one's dead. Trust me.
Okay.
We're not. I'm sorry you think... do you think so low of me, Wick, that I would leave a corpse cooling?
I don't know you. I'm going to be real. We've talked twice.
That's fair. Well, I can assure you that I'm not that crazy or evil. I promise. No one's dead. I'm good.
Okay. Houthis, Yemen, Biden strikes. Mm-hmm. Opening thoughts, and then we'll get into it.
I think Joe Biden's doing a great job. I think that in lieu of what's going on in Ukraine, that's threatening the stability of Europe and the world. I mean, the last two world wars started in Europe, and it looks like Putin's putting Europe at risk of a third. I think that right now, what's going on in Israel and Palestine and the Houthis' support of Palestine by blocking shipping lanes is just causing a little bit too much chaos in the world. I think that Biden striking them is what's best. It gives the U.S. time, energy, and resources and comfortability to focus on Ukraine and on China rather than trying to juggle three different conflicts, one being a potential conflict at the same time. I think that, the economic effects of the war in Ukraine, combined with the economic effects of what could happen if the Houthis were allowed to just run rampant and block up shipping lanes and drive up prices and make resources harder for people to access, I think that Biden striking them is good for the United States of America's geopolitical interests, is good for the interests of Egypt, and is good for the interests of the world at large. So that is my take.
Okay, and with that, gang, we'll open it up to discussion. If you have problems getting in, please let me see your hand. Don't be afraid to just kind of go and roll with it. If I tell you to shut up, please shut up, because that means either A, I can't hear you, or you're all talking at once, or B, I have a question for the panel. But with that, go ahead, open it up. Let's hear it.
I wanted to make a point about what Artemis Fowl said, but obviously they're not here. But I'll just sort of address it before we get going. Particularly, they were saying that we need to get rid of the Houthis. Now, that's not necessarily a bad idea. But what we're doing at the moment isn't going to get rid of the Houthis. It isn't going to make one fewer slave, one fewer child soldier, any less anti-Semitism. In fact, actually, it could make the situation significantly worse, because by bombing people, you create a breeding ground. You create the perfect recruiting tool for extremist organizations, as we saw with the bombing of Iraq, which created ISIS, various other parts of the world where we've intervened and made the situation significantly worse.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the alternative is when they're attacking global shipping. Like, what would you say that? Because right now it's tit for tat strikes. So I'm just wondering, like, are you promoting boots on the ground, that another American invasion?
Well, no, I don't think that would be a better situation. It would, at least in some hypothetical world in which that did happen, that would at least potentially bring about the end of the Houthis, which is one of the things that people are talking about. But no, I don't think that would necessarily be the right approach to it. Ultimately, I think it's a matter of, if the Americans are really serious, giving proper naval not guidance, what's the word? Convoys around the Horn of Africa, something like that. I don't know exactly how that would work for the time being, and then engage in building of a civil society and a peaceful society in Yemen in a way that has not been done for the last decade, at the very least. Like I say, the Western governments have literally financially backed and armed Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates to kill 300,000 Yemenis, and ultimately to create the very conditions in which the likes of the Houthis can prosper.
Yeah, I mean,
$10, just real quick. $10 from Artemis Fowl to respond to you. And I like this dynamic where he pays me money to respond to you and you just talk. That's great. We're going to go with it as long as we can. $10 to say, I argued to get rid of their anti-ship radar. U.S. is not bombing anything other than military installations. Unlike ISIS, they have actual bases and installations. No radar means no missiles hitting boats.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, we'll wait and see if it works. But, I mean, Joe Biden literally answered the other day when he said... is it getting rid of? Is it stopping them? No. Is it going to continue? Yes. Like, you're essentially doing the same thing that generals in the First World War did. You're sending people over the top to walk into machine gun fire 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, and hoping it eventually works. It doesn't.
No.
It doesn't work.
What would your alternative be? I'm assuming you might be suggesting a hearts and minds scenario where we build up Yemen and we repair the damage done by the Civil War.
Yeah.
I think it would have to involve some level of physical force. I mean, an organization that chants death to America, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews, you're going to have to kill a few of them to get some kind of headway, you know?
I think you probably are, yes. That would involve, establishing an actual popular government in some part of Yemen, in a way that the current puppet government in Yemen, which controls like a quarter of the...
What if the Houthis are the ones that the Yemeni people want? But then what?
Yeah, and to be fair, like, I'm just wondering what mechanism you would use to do that, because if you install a puppet government, it's only going to give legitimacy to the idea that the United States is essentially
No, I'm not sure. No, I'm saying the government... The current Yemeni government is a puppet government, is a Saudi puppet government. You need to actually have the building of civic society
anything next to Saudi Arabia there is going to be a Saudi puppet government, unless you can say that you're going to change your geopolitical stance towards Saudi Arabia. Well,
I genuinely would. Yeah, actually, I would do that. Yes, because Saudi Arabia are look, for all of the terrible shit you can say about the Houthis in terms of their brutality, their lack of following international law and human rights. You can say most of that shit about Saudi Arabia as well, and yet we're happy to. Well, exactly, yeah. So we would need to have a fundamental reassessment of the way in which we do this, because what we've tried for the last
under the bleeding power of OPEC, so like an OPEC plus.
Okay, well, I mean, look, I'm not saying it would be easy, but I'm saying there are ways in which
it's fundamentally impossible. Like you're talking about essentially restructuring the global economy, taking away pushing out the petrochemical dollar and losing all America's power at a point in which it's facing perhaps its most the biggest trial that it might ever face. Like, it's like, let's.
What if we just don't change the government? What if we just accept that some governments in the world, legitimate or illegitimate, non-state actors, just don't like us, and we don't like what they believe in, and we're never going to convince the people there otherwise.
Okay.
And we look at what's actually happening. What's actually happening is the attack of these international trade vessels. And purportedly, it's because of this ongoing fucking genocide in Gaza. Why don't we do something with one of our allies to negotiate an end to that, which will then get rid of this supposed motive?
That's the problem. Is if Hamas can do an October 7th attack, And then the Houthis say, well, our guys that are in the war aren't really winning right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to put global shipping at risk. That's all the more reason for Joe Biden, NATO, and the powers that be, which I support them for making this decision. That gives them all the more reason to say, you know what? We're not going to give a ceasefire. We're not going to give Hamas room to breathe. We're not going to have a redo of this. This is the last hurrah. This is their last shot. And since you have Iran and the Houthis playing games, what's the point of doing a ceasefire? Why not eradicate Hamas?
That's not going to
occupy Gaza?
I don't think you're going to eradicate Hamas. It doesn't work like that. I don't think unless you're going to kill everybody in that
One at a time. Let's let Rashad finish, then Known Smoker, and then Kevin Logan, and that's the order we're going.
I'm going to say something extreme, but I'm going to put it out. It would take an occupation, a legitimate, clear-cut occupation of Gaza, and it would take a clear-cut, aggressive de-radicalization attempt, whether it's between the surrounding Arab nations and the West, but there's going to have to be some sort of ideological, not just physical death, because we know you can't kill the idea, but there will have to be an ideological death of Hamas, which will involve the occupation and de-radicalization of Gaza. Because if Hamas is left ideologically alive, they will do another October 7th attack, and if the Houthis keep playing these games of involving civilians from Japan and India on these ships, we don't want the entire world being pissed off and getting involved with Yemen, Iran. We don't want that. We don't want this level of a spiral. So the best option we have now is to de-arm the Houthis by destroying the installations they're firing from, destroying Hamas both physically and ideologically, and that's as best as I can think of.
The risk there, like as much as like, look, I don't particularly like Hamas. I mean, I do pity the Palestinian people a great deal, though, and I think that the outcome would be horrific for both the soldiers occupying and a horrible urban war. And I mean, like we had Ireland, like Northern Ireland, and that was bad enough. I can't imagine Gaza being the built-up hellscape that it is being much better. So on both sides, you're going to have massive loss of life. You're probably going to end up not really de-radicalizing anyone. And you're also going to have a means of, and I think this is really what it comes down to. It's not really about eliminating Hamas. It's about eliminating Hamas as a threat to Israel and as a threat to global security. So, like, really, what we need to think about is how much resources. And I hate to be I hate to be taking such a cold economics take here, because I don't like it. I'm a Catholic. I don't want people to die. I do pity everyone involved in this. But I think that what we'll have to look at is that this is a war upon resources and global shipping, and what if we end up engaging more resources than necessary, we're going to end up losing a much bigger war, and that's the real risk, I think, from this. So what we need to do is contain Iran.
Yeah. I just need to, I think, push back a little bit on what apologies, I've forgotten your name, Rashad said.
Yes,
when you talk about having to occupy and essentially re-educate the populace of Gaza to de-radicalize them, I would argue that given that the Israeli government has set itself absolutely on a campaign of genocide against the Gazan people, a campaign of destruction of even civilian infrastructure, I would argue if you're going to need de-radicalization and occupation, then those occupation forces need to go into Jerusalem and de-radicalize the Israeli government, which is the organization that is currently bombing the fuck out of basically everywhere in Gaza and is seeking to imperialistically take over from the river to the sea. That's literally what's taking place there. Now, I don't think the Houthis are doing what they're doing precisely because of Israel, but these things are connected. And again, it goes back to wanting to restructure the way in which we deal with that entire region in order to get better outcomes, which is a longer-term project, I understand. I'm not suggesting that you're going to build these things overnight. But to the point that perspective philosophy made, in terms of the challenge to American geopolitical hegemony, why do I give a fuck about protecting American geopolitical hegemony? What interest have I in that particularly?
Imagine that America doesn't, America falls and Russia takes advantage of the situation and we'll have a war in Europe. And the
America
Kingdom,
isn't going to fall.
It will.
America isn't going to fall.
It just ability to challenge en masse global events like an unfolding global war. So what we are currently relying upon American power in order to secure Europe. We have no capacity to secure our own borders. We would 100%.
Yes, we do. We are a nuclear power. We are literally a nuclear power. We're not going to invade.
We're going to resort to nuclear weapons in
I'm saying nuclear armed states.
Yeah.
Pause. Maybe I missed it. Why are we talking about nuclear? Like, did my brain?
The idea that we can't protect our shore. No one's going to invade a nuclear armed nation. I'm not suggesting we nuke people. I'll name one that has been invaded.
India and Pakistan are always fighting each other and invading each other.
Well, it's a border skirmish between two countries that used to be the same fucking country.
You're assuming
that argue over land.
Assuming a level of
they're not
stability.
invading en masse.
I think
India isn't marching on Islamabad. It's a border skirmish.
Assume that we are not going to end up in a major conflict to protect the Baltic states. Like, there is no reason to assume that they can bank on us not implementing Article 5 and America not coming to support.
Okay, but if Iran is the opposite, if Iran is that, are you suggesting that Iran and Russia are going to team up to take on Estonia?
Iran and Russia are already teaming up. Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China are starting to show a power axis.
I'm missing something. Are you saying that
politically badly in Ukraine? Yeah.
I want to pass the ball to non-smoker.
I feel a little ignored here, honestly. First of all, perspective philosophy. I'm just curious. I have a question for you, and I have a question for Rashad. First for you, are you suggesting that, like, if I'm understanding you correctly, if we do not carry out strikes on Yemen, that Russia will invade Estonia? Don't you think that's like several fucking massive leaps in logic?
No, I think that would be hyperbolic. What I'm really saying is that if we don't carry out strikes in Yemen, then essentially our shipping lanes will be basically break down. We'll have to go around the Cape of Hope, which will put up shipping prices, which will damage our economies even further, especially things like the industrialization in Europe, or the industrial processes in Europe. So like German industrialization, like the orders that Poland are putting in for weapons, our capacity to produce shells for Ukraine. All of this will be ultimately harmed, and we'll have to lower aid packages to Ukraine, and we'll have to try and focus on our defense whilst not actually being able to maintain their defense. Ukraine's defenses will fall against Russia, and then we'll be bordering Russia directly, and we'll have a border between Ukraine and then the Baltic states, which the Russians have already suggested would lead to them crossing over with them occupying essentially in between Poland and Romania, isn't it? So is it?
You honestly think they're gonna take on NATO?
I think that there's the possibility of them annexing northern Baltic states. It's not about them taking on NATO en masse. I think it's what they're relying upon is us fragmenting, which would happen if our economies fragment.
Estonia, the Baltic countries are NATO countries, and so the Article 5 imperative would be that the US and France and the UK.
Article 5 doesn't guarantee it, sorry.
Before we get too far down into that rabbit hole, right? I do want to bring it back to the Houthis, and I know non-smoker had another question for Rashad specifically, so I want.
Yeah, hey Rashad. So quick thing. So I have a question, then like a tiny follow-up. But what is the historical precedent you're using for like occupying a foreign country and de-radicalizing it?
The fact that I don't really have much of an excuse me, my bad. I don't really have much of a pretext for it. There's no historical basis because this is the first time we've actually like dealt with, not the first time, but it's a unique situation that we haven't exactly experienced entirely before in every aspect. And what we have is an organization that is at least somewhat supported by the people. I know there's like a 50-50 split in Palestinian support for Hamas. I know a lot of them are unhappy with Hamas and how they're ruling the country, but a significant majority.
By the way, it was a lot lower before Israel started bombing the place, by the way.
Well, a lot
support
of
for Hamas has increased since then.
Yeah, a lot of Palestinians, however, did support. I believe about 70% supported the October 7th attacks. So when you have a population that may not necessarily support the organization itself, but its ideals and actions, you have an eternal conflict where it's never going to stop. We have one side who's absolutely just deluded in terms of what it can accomplish geopolitically. We just attack Israel, attack Israel, attack Israel. That's not going to work. You can try to gain sympathy from your civilians dying now, but it's not going to work forever. At some point, people are going to realize that you're continuously causing this endless war. At some point, you're going to have to make a decision. But now that I think about it, I believe we did have an insanely radical country in World War II that we blew the fuck up twice. I believe it's Japan. So it's like, it's kind of funny that we're saying that there is no pretext to this. Even I said it, but I was wrong. We've done it before. I don't know. We've never tried it with radical Islam, but we're going to have to make an attempt because we can't keep doing this. I'm sorry. This October 7th shit over and over again. Like, we can't keep having this back and forth. So there has to be some sort of de-radicalization effort because you cannot kill Hamas physically.
So maybe if we had an Israeli government that didn't literally come out and say that there is no path to a two-state solution, literally putting a roadblock between the Palestinian people having their freedom and the current state of affairs that we have, maybe then we might be able to get around the table and negotiate rather than...
What do you think a Palestinian state would? What do you think an independent Palestinian state would do if we just gave one right now? Like if we just said, you know what, West Bank.
No, I'm not suggesting. No, given the fact that there's literally virtually no buildings left undamaged in Gaza right now, realistically, there's no chance of that happening right now. But again, it's a long-term plan. But you'd need to rebuild these places, stop Israel from bombing the shit out of them, allow them actual access between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, so it's not an open-air prison which people want to escape from, and foster, let's say, less extreme Israeli governments that don't want to just murder Palestinians. And let's be honest, that is what's taking place there. Deliberately, we've literally seen.
I disagree with the whole murder thing, but go on.
Okay, did you see the guy with the white flag who was literally murdered on camera? He had a white flag and he was shot dead by an Israeli gunman.
Yes, these things happen in war. Like chaos, bullshit, war crimes, all of these things happen in war.
What did they think the white flag was exactly?
Would any of this happen if the October 7th attacks didn't occur?
I mean, there were attacks on civilians by Israel for years before that.
Hey, one at a time. Non-smoker, you had a thought, and then Rashad can respond because there's something back for. Go ahead.
Yeah, this might get confusing because I had a follow up to his answer to my other question.
We get to the follow up in a minute, but let's go down this road first, right? I'm curious where this is going, if anywhere. You had a response to him just now?
No. Oh, yeah. I mean, there have been deaths of civilians in Gaza and both Palestinian territories for years and years and years before October 7th. It's not like the only reason that there's like a conflict going on is because of October 7th. To act like that is kind of denying this long history that the Palestinian people have felt like subjugated, totally cut off from resources because of the blockade. You know, I mean, there's violence in that region because the land is disputed and there's an inability on both sides to negotiate any kind of like meaningful two-state compromise. And I think a lot of the blame can go to Israel because in many ways they're like a legitimate government with connections to the West. They are recognized by, several international bodies as like a real, power player and someone who could potentially broker peace versus Hamas, which is largely viewed as a non-state actor, even though, they're technically democratically elected, but they stopped elections after their, them acquiring power. So I think a lot of the blame can go on Israel because they're in the position of power. To deny that is strange.
Well, can I just have a follow-up question, just essentially to both you and Kevin? So first with you, just in terms of the Israel being more to blame, I mean, to be fair, I think that both Israel and Palestine are absolutely disgusting states. I really dislike them both. I think that obviously the history is very complicated, and it's not something that, unless we're really going to engage in the nuances of, who owns what and why, and whether these borders were drawn up legitimately, whether the water supplies were considered, where the sort of nuances that would lead people to perhaps want to fight, and also the ideological differences, the influences of geopolitical actors such as Iran, and also the actors that are around them that used to egg them on more and more, especially like Egypt used to egg them on more and more to attack Israel, and who's been funding them. And then there's just this sort of psychological coping mechanism of this martyr mentality that I think has become like ingrained in the people as well. And I don't know why we're blaming Israel alone. It seems like both actors have engaged horrifically, terribly, war crimes on both sides for, I don't know, like since way before we were all born. And it's a horrific, scenario. So I don't know why we're blaming Israel more, just because it has a more legitimate, essentially more legitimate government setup, when Israel's also been the one that's in many ways because of really American geopolitical interests try to limit direct conflict. I mean, Israel suggested long before this that it wanted to invade, right? That it always thought that it was going to go in. And instead, it took a bastion mentality, a siege mentality, and essentially built a big wall. Unfortunately, they jumped over the wall, they flew over the wall. So, like, you're in a situation where I don't know what you really expect to be done here, other than the fact that, you know, bombs are dropping, like, you know, they've got rockets flying at them constantly.
You want to remind everyone we are talking about the Houthis today?
Yeah,
I know that. I know they're connected, but I just want to remind everyone, that's the topic. But continue.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just wondering why we're blaming Israel more. And then with Kevin's, I just want to say, like, as well, okay, I get that you have this idea of this, you know, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100-year plan in the region, but that just sounds like ideological utopianism. Like, I don't, like, unless you've got some actual concrete...
It's utopian to rebuild houses and allow people to live in them.
Well, no, you can rebuild houses, but when you're talking about like essentially producing a two-state solution, which leads to the de-radicalization of a population which has been fighting.
Right, but you have to have, like, when I say it's a long-term plan, I mean you need to actually rebuild the places so people can go and live in them. That's what I mean.
Let's say
you can't do that overnight. But yeah.
But even look at the aid that has already been going in. Like, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Look at the aid that was already going in.
That's the point you're making about why I blame Israel more. I mean, I don't like to do the utilitarian thing, but if you look at the number of Israelis that have been killed by Palestinians and vice versa, pretty lopsided.
I mean, is that the logic that the Houthis
5,250?
Is that what the Houthis? I mean, like, is that? I guess that's what the logic the Houthis are using. I mean, it's not like a lack of trying on the hand of Hamas. I mean, Hamas fires rockets all the time. They're so goddamn bold. They uploaded a video taking water pipes and just said, "Look at us taking important resources for the people as we use them as weapons to blow up people in Israel." I mean, Israeli soldiers have been literally fucking dancing on let's say.
Okay, I'm going to throw a flag on the play here. I understand that these things are connected. Israel and Hamas are connected, but I am absolutely going to go back to the Houthis and the Biden and American strikes because it's impossible to prevent bleed over entirely because they are connected. But I just want to really I don't want this to turn into Israel versus Palestine entirely. Does that make sense?
I mean, there's a perfect connection, really, if you look at it like this. Like, in the same sense that I think like it was just being made. Like, essentially, you know, they took water pipes and they were using them as weapons, right? Look at the same thing with the Houthis, right? Who are disrupting international shipping, despite that being the main way in which the Yemeni people actually receive international aid. Like, these organizations are bad actors in the region, and of course we should pity the people. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I don't think there is a way to actually overcome this than to essentially take away that opportunity to attack.
I think you mentioned this earlier, or someone mentioned this earlier, the idea of it's not just European nations that receive goods this way, and it's poorer nations in West Africa, etc. And that's undoubtedly true. But do you think that America and Britain are acting for the good of those nations in West Africa and for the people of Yemen, or for their own geopolitical interests?
It benefits everyone, does it not?
No, that's not the question I asked. I'm asking about why the intent behind it. Do you think the American government and the British government are acting for the benefit of the people of Yemen or the people of West Africa, or are they basically saying we want to keep prices down in Europe and therefore fuck it if we kill some Yemeni civilians?
I think
it doesn't matter.
I think
it literally does not matter.
On a moral level, it definitely does.
Yeah, you can't take the moral position that you're helping West Africa. Then you're not doing it to help West Africa or anywhere else in the world. You're doing it to, secure your own interests, which is exactly what we're doing. And we're doing it, in my view, anyway. And not to keep going back to the Palestine thing, we're doing it to circumvent finding a solution there. And this is obviously happening as a result of that. It's a purported motive, according to the Houthis. They're trying to
what it is Iran seizing a geopolitical event for its own advantage, right? Like, that's what we're seeing is Iran expanding its power outward. It's been developing the resources and the means in order to engage this way for a long time. This isn't something like, now the Houthis who are incredibly well armed are just disgusted overnight, and somehow just managed to, they've been trained, they've been given resources. This is not something that is just, we're just going to do it over, out of the passion.
I agree. They're supported. No, I agree. The Houthis are definitely supported by Iran in some capacity. But to act like they have no agenda on their own and that they're just a puppet of Iran is kind of minimizing. First of all, it shows a total disregard for anything that's gone on in Yemen and any of the history in Yemen and what has enabled the Houthis to gain any sort of foothold or power there at all. And B, it's kind of ignoring the reality of the situation that the Houthis, much like Hezbollah and Hamas, want to be seen as legitimate. They have their own motive here of wanting to be recognized as a force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, are they just, these, I don't think they're just these mindless drones of the Iranian government. I think they have their own motives here. They're taking action for their own reasons.
No, but
I don't think the Houthis are doing this to stop anything to do with the Palestinian people. I think that's an excuse they're using. I don't think they're necessarily just puppets of Iran. I think they've got their own strategic interests involved in this, and I think them sort of piggybacking on the Palestinian people's issues and pretending like that's the only reason they're doing this is actually a pretty gross betrayal of the Palestinian people. I don't think that's a fair thing for them to do.
Yeah, I want to pass it to Rashad. He's been trying to get in. I know he had his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, back to what you guys were saying about, why is America doing this? It honestly does not matter. At the end of the day, the people need resources. They need their goods. They need their shipping, and they're going to get it as long as we keep the Houthis from being able to clog up these shipping lanes. Whether or not it's being done from a place of pure benevolence really doesn't matter. I mean, it's like if you're being bullied at school and some kid steps in because he wants a good fight from your bully. At the end of the day, he saved your ass. Like, you still got saved. Doesn't matter if he just wanted to fight or not. You got saved.
But in this instance, you being bullied is slightly more expensive shipping. Like, I don't think that's a fair thing to kill people over.
So you think that's the only? Hold on a second. It's not just slightly. You said want to let him go?
Yeah, let Rashad take it. Let Rashad take it.
I mean, it's not just it's more expensive shipping. It's people not getting their goods on time. It's innocent civilians moving these ships being targeted by basically comparably pirates. I mean, people's lives are being put at risk as a result of these attacks, and it emboldens Iran to start wilding out. What if the Houthis strike a ship of a NATO nation? What if they get upset? What if they go over? But we don't want to see how far things could go. Right? They even attacked one of our ships. We don't want to just test we don't want to give the Houthis the ability to dictate the course of world history. They're crazy. I mean, what are we doing?
I agree that the Houthis are bad people. I just don't think this stops them particularly.
I don't think this means they're going to dictate the course of world fucking history. I mean, that's a little bit dramatic, don't you think? I think them attempting to assert their own agenda, which, look, just to go back to what Kevin was saying before about how, they're not necessarily doing this to help the Palestinians. I think there's a few motives the Houthis might have here. One of which is, they're probably trying to get revenge for some of the sanctions against them. You won't allow us to have access to trade, so we're not going to allow you to have access to trade. I think that's one idea behind this. But two, another one is I think the Houthis are banking on the fact that this struggle in Gaza will end with a two-state solution, and they'll be on good terms with the new Palestinian state. And they'll be part of, this united Arab, tighter Arab coalition that's anti-West and to a greater extent, anti-Israel.
They're playing a silly game if that's the case then, because a lot of the Arab nations have turned their backs on the Palestinian people.
And
I think
literally Egypt closing the border to Palestinian people is a
totally. I think that's what they're banking on, the fact that they'll be seen as one of the only countries who stood with Palestine and actually offered military assistance.
By who? By what countries that matter?
By a new Palestinian state, which I think they're banking on will form at the end of this.
I'm sorry to say this, but who cares about Palestinian power?
I think they look at the power struggle in that region like one in which they're attempting to form an axis of resistance. which would include Lebanon, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the new Palestinian state, possibly with Hamas, and the Houthis in Yemen and Iran.
Can I ask a question to perspective philosophy? When you ask a question like who cares about Palestinian power, are you a supporter, generally speaking, of self-determination and democracy?
Oh yeah, of course. I don't mean in the sense like who cares about Palestinian power in terms of like their actual capacity to live and lead their own lives. What I'm talking about is in terms of geopolitical influence. Like as in, like, do you think they're doing it in order to get on favor with Palestine or Iran? In terms of the big actors in the region, like, come on, why would we say it's Palestine?
Yeah, I don't think they're doing it for the people of Palestine. Like I said, I think they've got their own interests, and of course, like you say, I don't think they're just puppets of Iran, but they are certainly being influenced and funded by Iran.
Exactly. It's not like they're just puppets of Iran. That's fair enough. But what we can say is that the person who writes the check essentially has a considerable amount of power over you and influence over you, don't they? And what we're saying is that this is a very convenient time for all of this to kick off. Right, in terms of like this is like what we'll have is an incredibly vicious land war in Europe, which is very resource intensive. We have the tensions with Taiwan, and we have this kicking off in the Middle East. What we're seeing is all of NATO's borders essentially being pressed. That's what we're seeing. So, like, what we're seeing is
Taiwan isn't NATO. What are you talking about?
What? Yeah, no.
But America has an unofficial red line where if China were to go in militarily...
Yeah, but that's America. That's America. That's not
America.
And now America's geopolitical interests, which
America
is NATO.
Can we just say, apologies, Yankoids here, but America is not NATO. There are lots of other nations, including two other nuclear-powered nations.
If America leaves NATO, I will actually cry. Like, are you like NATO? Right, America is NATO. We're along for the ride unless we pull our fingers out. That's how it is right now. We right now are legitimately freeloading off the United States. We like, I don't know how you like look at this, right? Like in Britain, right? Like I fuck the Tories, right? Like let's just say this. I hate the fucking Tories, and I think they've destroyed our capacity to actually fight a war. But we're talking about cutting our military now to 75,000 men. There are more US Marines alone than there are in our entire military. Like we have, we wouldn't.
America is basically bankrupted itself, building a ridiculously large.
It's not bankrupt. It's the richest country in the world. What are you talking about? Like where?
You're $32 trillion in debt.
Because
they're never paying that money back.
No. They run a deficit economy.
Never paying that money back.
It doesn't matter because it's about leveraging American bonds. They form a certain. What we do is we buy them as the reserve currency. They can export their inflation onto us. It's a geopolitical relationship where we can get rich, they can get rich, but they control their wealth. Essentially comes from the petrochemical dollar and having this capacity to export their inflation. So like it's not like they're a poor. No, America's rich as fuck. Like America's truly.
No, I'm not saying no. I didn't say they were poor. I didn't say they were poor. I said they were running. Even still, they're running at a massive deficit.
Yeah, but like that's not how economics
work. Cripple them.
That's not how economics work. You're looking at it from like classical economics. That's not how economics work. You can run a massive deficit. What happens? You've got to think about how deficits are balanced in relation to income. So the price of your bonds, your currency, and essentially the inflation and inflation against the rest of the market. And America has a lot of debt and is able to. The fact that America can have, let's say, write off $2 trillion in debt.
I should give a fuck. Like I should give a fuck about them bombing the people of Yemen on the basis that they need to keep up their political hegemony so that they don't go bankrupt.
The American political hegemony has done Europe massive favors. Look at how much equipment, intelligence, weaponry we've been able to send to Ukraine and help them hold down their line. I mean,
but I mean, also the many dictators they've supported in Europe as well. The people of Spain and Portugal might not like the fact that they upheld fascist dictatorships in those countries as well. I mean, like, it's not an absolutely clean record.
We're talking about immediate threats to the safety and existence of NATO countries. Whatever's going on in Spain and Portugal, I admit I don't know much about it, but what's going on in Ukraine has been a massive threat to NATO.
I'm not suggesting it's all bad either.
The American hegemony, the American military.
The idea that America is some universal good in Europe is just not fucking true.
I never said it was a universal good. I don't think anyone's saying it's univeal good. We're just saying America is NATO. Like, without America, NATO's gone.
I can see real quick. I can see non-smokers' heads about to explode here. We're hitting on we're pushing all his buttons with the Ukraine stuff.
Someone
with the
said
NATO
Ukraine.
stuff. But go on. I want to give you a chance to jump in.
Actually, I agree a little bit, I think, with perspective philosophy sort of about NATO. I mean, NATO's teeth are made possible by the United States. I mean, it's a military alliance in name, but it's really America and then all these other countries that benefit from us having a huge military investment in their protection. If it's about America's interests. That's how it's always been since its formation. But, in terms of what perspective philosophy is saying, and I think I'm getting the argument a little more clearly now, that you happen to think that, like, if we don't do something about the strikes on these shipping vessels, it'll threaten our economic integrity, America's economic integrity, which will eventually lead to our breakdown due to the death of our hegemony. And then eventually, that'll lead to Europe being more prone to invasion from Russia and blah, 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 because NATO will be weakened in some way because we're weaker.
Not exactly.
Is that the argument?
Not exactly. I think that America will be weaker, but I think America can sustain itself a lot better than us in terms of it's essentially energy secure, it's food secure. In terms of its relations to other countries and shipping, it's pretty okay. And also it has the largest military in the world to back it up. What I'm actually really concerned with is with our need to now have a military buildup. America is now looking towards us in order to essentially secure NATO. NATO's not going to survive unless Europe pulls its finger out. So we actually need to build up.
I know. I think I know where you're going with that, but like, if we're saying that they're the pipe, they're calling the tune, then they have to pay the fucking piper, don't they? If they want to be the big geopolitical hegemon,
yeah, they're talking about
leaving.
Well,
if they don't want to be the big,
the Baltic states are gone. If
then they're not going to play them.
We can't hold the Baltic states without the United States. Like that's that.
I'm not suggesting we can, but again, if America want to play big sheriff, they have to pay. They have to cough up the money for that.
We'll be lucky if we can stop them at Poland.
It is the top of the hour, and I did tell my super chatters that I would read their super chats at the top of the hour. There's some questions for you, gang, and we'll get to them. But let me read these super chats. And gang, if you like this content, please support the channel with super chats. I'll read them on stream, etc., and I'll ask the panel things. Like button, subscribe button, follow button, all that good shit. Okay, here we go. So $5 from Artemis Fowl to ask Kevin Logan, how would we nation build in Yemen without invading it, killing hundreds of thousands of people and trillions of dollars investing? $20 from Artemis Fowl. Let me get through them, and then we can.
No, because I'll fucking forget. I'll just say there would need to be some sort of multinational peacekeeping force. I don't think you could have a unilateral American force step in there because that would be seen as absolutely imperialism. So they wouldn't work.
Okay. $20 from Artemis Fowl. Logan, why can the U.S. nation build Yemen by invading it and killing hundreds of thousands in the process, change its values and occupy it because Houthis are evil, but you reject Israel doing it to Hamas in Gaza?
I didn't say you have to do that. Okay, whatever. Like, keep giving money, I guess. Yeah.
$10 from Running Joke. Considering there are still 8 American hostages held by Hamas, shouldn't their rescue and release be a higher priority for Biden than protecting shipping lanes and attacking the Houthis? This is to the other side now.
I don't think that these are mutually exclusive. I don't think that you can say that 8 people... I don't think you understand the economic outcome of a disruption in shipping, which is a massive disruption in shipping and increasing costs. Many more people will die from the increase in costs, increase in energy, and also increase in food and even medicines. So there's that. And also we're talking about political stability in and of itself. We can't just look towards 8 people being the bedrock of the state. They are valuable, they do matter, and so do the Palestinian people and so the Israelis. But it's a very tense and difficult geopolitical situation that we can't just make about 8 people.
Okay, well, that's it for now for the super chats. But I guess I'll just ask the panel this question, right? Just to kind of recenter this thing. I know we've gotten a lot of places, right? For those of you who are against these strikes, what would you have America do in lieu of striking the Houthis, right? Like, Houthis are attacking civilian vessels, right? Regardless of why. What should America and its allies do?
Well, firstly, I mean, what you could do is protect shipping in that area with naval forces. America has
Isn't that what they are doing?
Navy in the world. Well, I think to a degree they are doing that. Yeah. You essentially give a convoy system around the Horn of Africa.
How much do you think it costs for one single missile interceptor?
I don't give a fuck.
A lot of money. I'm not the fucking US Treasury Department. I don't care. Yeah, well, I'm just wondering how we're going to protect all global shipping if we just start firing very expensive missiles.
Who's saying that's happening?
Cheap,
where else is there this kind of bottleneck? It would need to be protected.
What are you talking? Like, this is why, like, the UK is like right now just developed like laser tech. Like, we're trying to reduce costs of taking down cheap missiles and drones. Right, like the problem is that the missile interception is much more expensive than the weapons they're using. They will essentially win not a war of attrition. That's a bit more of an exaggeration, but they will increase costs massively upon us. So, like, what we're seeing is our military being depleted. You can't just expect the United States to just constantly write a blank check. Just, don't worry, we'll just spend absolutely millions on missile interceptors on shitty cheap drones. Like, don't worry.
Oh no, because again, that would be a short-term solution, and then the long-term solution you would implement was what I said, was trying to actually foster a stable situation in these places, rather than, like I say, what we have been doing,
but you said
which is
yourself,
arming
it could take 30,
regional
40...
actors. No, you said 30, 40, 50, 100 years. I didn't fucking say.
No, but you said that this would be a long-term. This would be a long-term goal, and it would not happen overnight, and it would take many years.
Yes, it would. Yeah. So
I have a different solution.
Is America's naval power going to decrease so rapidly in the next 20 years?
I think you underestimate the cost of just having a convoy constantly try and shoot missiles out the sky.
I think Kevin's idea is bad. I have a better solution. I would immediately negotiate a solution with the Gaza conflict by threatening to withdraw all military aid from Israel unless they can negotiate a two-state solution within the next year. And then I would subsequently get in touch with the Houthis and offer to lift sanctions in return for the strike stopping.
I mean, the first part I actually think is fairly reasonable. I do think, and I've said this numerous times as well, I think America needs to pull the reins on Israel. I think clearly I think that, it might be just for the Israelis to try and, hold Hamas to account in one respect, but I think mercy should season justice, and I think that we need to look at this, that there's many thousands of people who are going to die otherwise, and I think that in general, just the human cost alone should inspire the United States to do something about this. But I don't think relieving sanctions on the Houthis will help. I think relieving sanctions on the Houthis probably made it worse, since that actually happened prior. Like, didn't Biden actually relieve sanctions on the Houthis prior to this actually
in 2021, he removed them from the terrorist watch list. So it made it easier to get goods, services, etc.
They're not
easier to get in things.
That
was reversed though recently. I think last week.
It's the special terrorist designation. So they're specially designated now, but there were still sanctions against the Houthis. And I think, just not to pull us all over the map, I hate to do this. I do this every time I'm in a debate, but just for another case of precedence, it's like if you look at North Korea, right? A lot of what emboldens the North Koreans is sanctions and the devastation and the devastating impact it's had on the people there. Groups like the Houthis, Hamas, like, they derive their support from people who are angry and fed up. And it's funny because we don't like this whole idea of this axis of resistance forming. It's threatening to our interests, and all of that I can perfectly understand, but we never seem to consider the fact that we're doing things. In fact, much of what we've done in the Middle East has resulted in this axis of resistance forming. So I think continuing to carry out military strikes is not at all.
Before you go,
I don't think that's a fair analogy, given that North Korea has the second largest.
Don't let them bait you into this. Don't let them bait you into this. Before we get into that, we can if we want, but I did want to give Rashad here a chance to respond to everything that's been said. He hasn't gotten a chance yet. What do you think of the suggestions given so far? Good, bad, indifferent? What are your thoughts here?
I don't think that threatening to withdraw support from Israel if they don't come up with a ceasefire within the year is realistic. I think that we have to take into account the ideology. of the people we're dealing with, both in Israel and in Palestine. But I would argue that the radical ideology is a lot stronger within Palestine. I don't think that basically rewarding Hamas for what they did on October 7th by saying, hey, look, we'll give you your two-state solution in exchange for what you basically caused yourself. And I think that it would embolden them.
But Hamas wouldn't be the nation, would it? Palestine would be the nation.
Oh, so you're
not giving Hamas the nation.
Oh,
Hamas
so the
would
people
have to be removed from the situation. Yeah.
How do you remove Hamas?
How would you remove Hamas?
I'm saying from the governance of the place. I'm not saying you can just get rid of them from society.
How?
I mean, there are fucking terrorists in America.
What if this? Let's just take a hypothetical. What if the society really aligns themselves with what Hamas believes? What if they really like Hamas's ideology? Then what?
You think that's actually true, though? Do you think that's true of Palestinian people?
Yeah, I think it's true.
I think that
Right. Well, and why do you think they've been driven into this situation? You think they're naturally just terrorist lovers, or what?
I think there's
I think it's something innate within Arabs.
Are you about to argue that this entire situation is purely a creation of Israel? No, it's not creation of Israel. It's a creation. I would never argue that.
There's a reason. There's a reason that ideology exists.
Oh, you got to let Rashad finish, though.
I would never argue that a group of people are biologically predisposed to any sort of behavior. However, the conditions that Palestinians have found themselves under did not just come up in a vacuum. This is not Jim Crow. This is a literal conflict between these two groups of people that has been going on since the 1940s. And if you look at the majority of initiations in the conflict, it is not Israel just wilding out. Unfortunately,
but it started as a settler colonial project.
It is a settler colonial project made up of 30 to 40% Mizrahi Jews who are indigenous to the Middle East.
Not. I mean, let's be honest. That's not where it started. It started with the World War I and the Ottoman Empire and Britain essentially creating a pact.
The Zionist project in the 1880s. It's been gone for a while. The whole idea was it during the Russian pogroms, right? Back in the 1880s when they were literally killing Jews, and again. The Holocaust was not the only mass killing of Jews in Europe. That was just the kind of climax, if you will. This had been going on for over almost a century at that point, right? So the Zionist project was to find a homeland. Look, there's a lot, okay? We don't have the time. Yeah, but it's hideously complex. That's all I'm going to say.
My point being is we've arrived. We're here. Israel exists. It is a state. And the objective history is the majority of the extreme escalations and conflict have been initiated by either A, Palestinians, or B, their Arab partners. This is a fact.
I wouldn't go that far. I'd say that both sides have horrific amounts of blood on their hands. I think it's terrible. I mean, my grandfather was there during the during the 1940s as a UN peacekeeper, and he saw firsthand the Jews, the Israelis, commit some horrific war crimes. So it's not it's one side. It is absolutely fucking horrible, and both sides are committing war crimes and have committed war crimes. And I don't think that we're going to, and I do think a two-state solution is probably the best. I just don't know how we're going to resolve it. I hate to say this, but I don't think that there is an easy resolution to this, and I don't think we can say
you can't solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on my panel. What are you doing? Okay, oh my God.
Well, exactly, right? It's obviously we'll have to be a bit humble in the sense that obviously we can call out certain actors, we can say certain things should or should not be done. We'll have to take a step back and see that this is a living history that has been going on for, I mean, some of it really was since the time of Hadrian. So, when we look at the scale of what we're talking about, I think that really what he's saying is that we need to look at the here and now. I don't necessarily agree with your solution, to be honest. I think that essentially invading an ideological shift, I don't think that's going to work. I think that the only way that you're going to do that is essentially like a sort of metaphysical genocide of the people, which is essentially re-education, which means we're going to have to behave like China, ironically. So I don't really think any of that's necessarily going to work. But what I do think is that we're in a situation here, which is we're going to have to let this essentially play out. And in the meantime, try to foster peace, try and increase dialogue, but also remind ourselves that this is essentially a Cold War.
Right.
Okay, but I mean, it's not America and Britain aren't just watching it play out, we're actively supporting one side in this.
No, I
i.e.
agree.
Israel.
I did actually agree with wait, what's your name again? It's sorry, I'm like terrible with names. It's the tanky guy.
Non-smoker.
Non-smoker. Non-smoker. I think I did agree with non-smoker in the sense that I do think we need to pull the reins on Israel. Because I mean, like, I think they're emotionally invested. I also think they need to look to that people and be able to say, look, we're trying our best to protect you. And I think that us essentially putting, like, essentially some roadblocks there and going, maybe we need to calm things down. You've hit them. You've done a lot of damage. Yeah. Now let's try and...
This is... it's when you have a kind of... proxy country situation with a superpower behind it that it becomes difficult to address the problem. So, for instance, the USSR did this with basically all of Eastern Europe. It didn't really matter what happened in Hungary. The West couldn't do anything about it because they had Big Daddy Russia behind them. So that's the end of that. In the same way with North Korea, mentioned earlier, China's behind them. So there's nothing you're going to do. You're going to invade them and take up to the border of China? No, that's not going to happen. And the same is true with Israel. Until America, as the kind of superpower backer of Israel, does anything about this, nothing can change.
At the same time, we need to recognize that... Sorry.
No, it's fine. I understand, right? Like, so I want to... I know I keep doing this. I want to get back to the strikes, please. So again, there's been a lot of to-do about that, how this won't stop them. I don't know if that's true, right? Like, and I don't know if we need to fully stop them. Like, if we can degrade their ability to accurately attack or effectively attack ships, even if it's down from, okay, before we struck, they could attack 10 ships a month. Now, since we strike, they can only attack 2. I take that bet, right? I take that. Okay, but take that win, right?
Okay, but what about the fact that the potential for radicalizing the Yemeni people? How many potential new Houthi recruits are acceptable per ship saved?
At this point, since they are recruiting, according to some organizations, over 10,000 child soldiers, I don't think what we're doing is having the radicalization effect or not. Whatever we do, whether we do nothing or whether we strike or bomb tons more than we are, I don't think that's going to have an appreciable effect on
I think it definitely will. Like, don't get me wrong, them taking child soldiers is fucking disgraceful. Obviously, I mean
but my point with that is that they're radicalizing them.
We can't necessarily stop them from necessarily doing that. But what you do is by bombing countries, and again, it goes back to the point I made in my opening statement about the silly, not uneducated, but let's just say silly response of Western governments to go to bombing as a kind of almost a kind of reflex response to so many situations creates problems down the line. And so if we're just going to kick the extremism can down the road for every single generation, you just end up with constant extremism all over the place.
I'm just wondering which one, like, out of all of these scenarios.
Well, before you do that, $5 from Why Does to ask Kevin Logan how you remove Hamas from the government without disarming them.
Well, you would have to disarm them to some extent, yeah. And to be fair, I think there are ways, some of what Israel has done in the Gaza Strip has degraded Hamas's ability to wage war. It's just the fact that they've also, like, destroyed the Palestinian parliament building in Gaza City. The fact that they destroyed the university buildings. This is obviously a kind of ethnic displacement is what's taking place.
They've also they've created untold numbers of fucking Hamas recruits by killing over 20,000 fucking people.
Well, that's what I mean. That's precisely the example, precisely the point I was making there, is that by bombing as a kind of reflex response to these things, you end up creating much bigger problems down the line. Because if you bomb Yemen, you create the perfect breeding ground for more Houthis and people or groups like that to arise. It happened in Iraq, it happened in Afghanistan, it's happening now in Gaza. The people in Gaza, their support for Hamas has vastly increased since this started. And I don't think that's a coincidence. This is what happens.
to
It
be
radicalizes
fair,
people when you drop
I wanna-
bombs on them.
I want to pass it to Rashad real quick, and then we can go to you, perspective philosophy. So Rashad, then perspective philosophy, and then we'll go to non-smoker, and that's the order we're going to go in. Go ahead.
I mean, if I recall correctly, in Iraq, we bombed the shit out of ISIS in Mosul. I believe in Iraq in 2004, when Al Qaeda in Iraq took over the city of Fallujah, we bombed the shit out of it before we
No, but I'm saying,
Marine or Army soldier inside that city. Bombing is going to have to occur, and civilians are going to die. The question is, what were you going to say?
No, my point was that our initial bombing of Iraq and the power vacuum that led, and indeed in Syria, led to the creation of ISIS as an entity in that region in the first place.
Well, we're already here. We've arrived. Hamas is here. So, like, the Houthis are here. Like, what do you suggest we do if not direct action? They
Not
have
make
to
it worse.
Well, let him finish. Let him finish, and then we can get into it.
I like it. Civilians are going to die, and these ideologies are very, very dependent upon and thrive on victimization. They thrive on, we attack you, we can't really beat you, and you have to bomb us. You have to shoot up buildings. You have to do all of this. You will kill our civilians, which will further radicalize our civilians. Yeah. It's a loop that we cannot avoid. At some point, we will have to directly engage them. And in Iraq, ISIS has been decapitated for the most part. They still exist, but they are nowhere near what they used to be. And that came from direct action, direct violence, a siege on the city, bombing, direct contact, all of that. This has to happen.
Can I just point out, it's very easy to say civilians are going to die when you're not one of those civilians, right?
Can we remind us how many civilians have died in the recent Biden strikes on Yemen?
And Yemen, as far as I'm aware, none. But we were talking about Iraq. But yeah,
I just want
my point. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. And by the way, actually, to link that back to Israel, the fact that the Biden strikes have seemingly killed no civilians is an example of how you can do targeted strikes in a way that Israel clearly is not doing targeted.
That is crazy. That is crazy. That is so dishonest. It's absolutely insane.
You can't just say like who was the guy that did the opening statement before who like donated?
Artemis Fowl.
Didn't he donate and essentially explain to you why the situation's radically different? Because we're talking about military infrastructure away from civilian infrastructure, where with Hamas it's military infrastructure beneath.
Oh yeah, but Israel is literally has cleared out civilian areas and flattened houses and university buildings
because
and
they would have to go building by building to clear them.
Had no people in them.
Do you know how brutal?
They had no people in them. They were empty.
There's weapons in them. There's weapons caches in these buildings.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, there's tunnels under every fucking building in Palestine. Jesus Christ.
Are there not? Are you arguing that there's no tunnels and no weapons caches and no...
No. I'm arguing that there's not tunnels under everything in Gaza, and yet they seem to be flattening everything in Gaza.
I'm happy to say that Israel should be held to account the fact that it's probably trying to expand its control of the region, right? Like that sounds like Israel. That's what Israel does, right? Like I'm not surprised, right? Like Israel, like Netanyahu will, and like the government will use every really advantage it can take from this scenario, which was essentially developed because of the attacks. They played right into their hands in many ways. But the situation is such that I do think that we'll pull Israel's reins. Yeah, maybe that would be a good idea. I definitely agree with that. But what we're really saying is, when we're talking about what is the Houthis, right, and the strikes on the Houthis, right, it doesn't make sense to compare the Houthis with Hamas and the strikes that Israel's doing with the strikes that the United States is doing, which is essentially just to protect global shipping and a tit-for-tat strike, such that it has taken out important military infrastructure and preventing these attacks from happening further. You can't make these like it's apples and oranges, man. Like it's like
I don't think it is remotely apples and oranges. The way that Israel has gone about this has been the opposite of targeted strikes. That's it. That's just a fact.
It's a dense area with civilian infrastructure being used as staging grounds for combat. We did the same thing in Fallujah.
All of it. All of that's happened. Yeah, but all of the buildings that have been targeted have all been Hamas.
But that's not. No, but you're missing what was being said. Like you said this in the first place by saying that we shouldn't strike the Houthis because it's going to radicalize them, right? But what we're saying is that if civilians haven't died. Yeah. And you're saying, but in one case, 20,000 civilians have died, and in the other case,
there's no reason to assume no civilians are going to die if we continue striking.
I'm not
saying they haven't died yet.
Yeah, okay.
So
well,
where's
let's
the-
look at the
civilians do die, then that's the
But
same
name
problem.
a
the
modern-
difference, man, in terms of the military infrastructure. You talk, it's like
No, I agree. I see your point. I'm just saying that there's no reason to assume that if we continue striking that we're not going to eventually kill fucking civilians. And we're still attacking this region.
Also, you
where-
don't even have to necessarily kill civilians to radicalize people. in the
Exactly.
sense that you give a propaganda tool to the Houthis to say,
You're
look,
carrying
the
out
world is
hostile
against
actions
all
Right.
these
against
things,
the sovereignty of
propaganda
these-
tool.
One at a time.
bastards
One at a time.
exist.
Let's toss it to Rashad, and then we'll go to non-smoker. And yeah,
all the more reason to strike. I mean, when we said you said it's easy to say civilians are going to die when you're not one of those civilians. In World War II, we bombed the shit out of Axis cities. Would you condemn like the bombing of Dresden? Like, do you have any quarrels with any of those acts in World War II? Would you like to
No,
name?
I would
do you have
argue-
any
no,
discrepancies,
I would
any
argue-
not World War
complaints?
II, dude.
Any negative
I would
Yelp
argue-
reviews you want to make?
You want to
about
talk?
that?
You want to talk apples and oranges? The Luftwaffe flattened sections of British cities, and we responded. Houthis have, as far as I'm aware, not done a blitz on anyone.
Oh my god! The question is, you're basically sitting here saying civilian deaths is like your line in the sand for conflict. I'm asking.
No, it
you,
isn't. No. I didn't say that. I literally just
basically
said
what you've
you
been-
don't need to kill civilians in order to potentially radicalize people. I literally
When
just
we were
said.
talking about the bombing of Gaza, you basically said that the civilian deaths were like a line in the sand for Israel. Like, oh, they're killing all these civilians. I told you, civilian deaths are a part of war. And you basically sat there and said it's easy. You literally said it's easy to say civilians are going to die when you're
Yeah,
not.
I'm
one.
saying it's if your city was being bombed, I think you might have a slightly different opinion on
I
this.
think-
Yeah.
I
Yeah, but we're
that's-
talking about
to
a
be fair-
world stage perspective on this conflict. We're not talking about being a literal Palestinian. We are not Palestine. I don't know if any of you guys are. Feel free to name it. We're talking from an American or European or NATO perspective. You do have to
because
have.
you're safe.
Can I
you're
just-
not being bombed. That's the
So
point
what
I'm
about
making.
so
Rashad.
our interests don't matter?
Rashad,
No, I'm not
everybody
saying that.
knows.
I'm saying it's
Everybody
very easy
agrees.
to be blasé
Wait, hold on.
when it's not
Hold
you
on.
being killed.
Everybody agrees civilians are going to die in war. I guess what I'm arguing is, should we engage in like an act of warfare in this region? Is that the best way to resolve this? Like, I agree with you that civilians will die no matter what at some point. The whole notion, this very liberal notion of like, well, we can do nice missile strikes, which will only hit things that really we want to take out, and everybody else that is innocent will be fine. I don't think that's realistic, especially the more strikes we carry out. It becomes
that's just
increasingly
vile.
less realistic.
That's just vile. Look, of course, there's a difference between hitting military infrastructure than like directly attacking apartment buildings. Of course, there's a difference. Like, if we can't avoid killing civilians en masse, I think that you
look,
actually have
I
a moral
think it's
obligation
of course,
to not
it's
kill.
not as bad as what Israel's doing. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that inevitably we're probably going to kill an innocent fucking person.
Yeah.
It's probably going to happen.
Yeah, it very likely could.
To your point, Rashad, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Will we get enough juice out of the squeeze to justify killing a bunch of innocent people? And you seem to think it is, right? And Kevin's saying, well, it's easy for you to say because your life is not on the line, right? What I'm arguing is that maybe we can resolve this without killing any innocent fucking people. And I know that you guys don't see the connection as clearly as I do, but I think if we can do something to resolve this fucking genocide in Gaza, it'll stop these fucking strikes and these commercial shipping bills.
I think you're seeing things that aren't there. That's why.
Two things, please. Oh my God. 2 things before we continue. $22 from Artemis Val to say this. Ukraine used every house and home as a bunker until it became rubble and held out to defend itself from Russia. If Hamas is trying to defend Gaza, why do you find it so hard to believe they have used buildings as firing points? Thank you for the money.
I've not said that, but if you want to compare Vladimir Putin and his invasion of Ukraine to the Israeli government and their invasion of Gaza, by all means, have at it. I don't think you win that argument particularly.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
The second thing I would ask to non-smoker specifically, right? Because you keep talking about using diplomacy, negotiating with to cut off aid to Israel and lift sanctions, etc. Say we do that. Say we go in, right? We do everything you just said. We cut off aid to Israel. We certainly rebuke them, right? Like we support the ICJ's court case going through right now about is Israel doing a genocide. We lift the sanctions from the Houthis, etc., and they're still attacking shipping. What do we do then?
Attack them.
Okay, so at that point,
I'm so confident.
Be okay.
I'm so confident that would stop these strikes that I'm willing to say, yes, I 100% support attacking the Houthis if the strikes continue after we've lifted sanctions and after a two-state solution has been reached with our diplomatic assistance.
I just don't understand how you're not.
I think that's pie in the sky, to be honest. But
yeah, I think it's like in the sense that you said, you don't think that we see the connection such as that you see it. I think you see things that aren't there, right? I think you're fucking tripping balls, mate. Like I think that in reality, what we'll have is a situation in which if you relieve essentially the economic pressures, you'll see a buildup of military surplus and an increasingly radicalized population who will actually want to fight. Like, it's not like, and don't get me wrong, do I think that I don't like the way that global sanctions work? I don't like the way that this economic system is necessarily structured. And I think that we clearly need to make essentially greater avenues for, let's say, approved structures of payment for non-military equipment and ease of logistics in terms of the region, and that would actually aid. I'm not a materialist like Marxist, but I do think that would help because I think people's ideology is also tied to the meeting, right? Like, so, like, sure, 100%, like, do what you can, but I think it's a bit utopian to go. And then because we've done that, and I think this is the typical Marxist failure, is to place it all in terms of material interest and not see the ideological connections. And even if you look at it from a commodity fetishism point of view, like how they view themselves in terms of the object is such that their identity is only going to be affirmed in the conflict. Like that's part, like in terms of the Houthis and their actual like identity, what they're affirming is anti-Western, anti-Jew, anti-American, and it's essentially they are defined by their negation of our identity. So it's just not going to stop happening. Like their identity is just not going to disappear into the abyss just because you give them greater access to material.
I think a big part so the part of the connection, I feel like maybe I'm not articulating it clearly enough. It's giving the Houthis a moral case to carry this out. So you have to understand, if you're the Houthis doing this sort of attack, right, there has to be something that you stand to gain from it. It's not just random violence, right? And there also has to be, knowing that they're going to incur a tremendous amount of risk, right? They're going to be obviously met with some sort of military resistance in all likelihood. There has to be a reason why they think they can pull this off, and they think that at least someone in this, international community, to whatever extent that even exists, would support them, right? And they have this moral case that, yeah, we're doing this to stand up for the Palestinians. Is that bullshit? Yeah, probably, but it's still at least part of the reason. You're taking away part of the moral justification for what they're doing by helping resolve that conflict. And you remove sanctions, so you help them meet their bottom line, and the fucking strikes will stop.
It's called an excuse, is what it is.
That's fine. You take away the excuse then.
But even if you take away the excuse, you're just talking about like an essentially trying to undermine an effective propaganda campaign, and I don't think that
so
giving them what they want isn't going to do that.
Their own fucking problem. Their propaganda campaigns, their own fucking problem. And on top of that,
no, it's not a problem. That's actually
I'd like them to take away the excuse and give Palestine a state. Yeah, that'd be cool. But I don't think it would make any impact on the situation in Yemen.
Well, I think you're wrong. So there.
Okay, I got a couple super chats. Going to read them real quick. But before I get to your super chats, and I see you, and thank you for the money, I do want to give a chance for Rashad to get in here. I know he has a unique stance on this. He seems almost 1v3ing the panel here, but that's okay. Rashad, give us what you got. We're gonna give you some space here, some time, and then I'm gonna read these super chats because one's for you, Logan, and one's for you, non-smokers.
Artemis Fowl, hello.
Yes, he is financing my channel. But anyway, go ahead, Rashad. Give us what
I think that making any concessions to the Houthis right now would only serve to embolden both them and Hamas. I think that their ideologies are just too radical, too wild, and I think that they will perceive any concession as weakness where weakness does not exist. I think that how extreme and how insane they are in trying to play games with the U.S. military is a symbol enough of how delusional they are. And I think that for the sake of global security, you could call it American global hegemony. You can say that America has no benevolent care for the people in the region, whatever you want. It serves the best interests of the world economically, and it serves the world order for us to not, feed into these terrorist organizations, not to give them strength, to decapitate them, to destroy them, and to rid them from the world stage, or at least disarm them enough to where they cannot participate. The Houthis are obviously a proxy for Iran. Whether they're like the puppets of Iran is another story, but they are definitely acting in Iran's interest. They're definitely using probably, Iranian provided weaponry. It is in our best interest to defang Iran's proxies, make Iran basically powerless on the world stage for the sake of global, security and economic security. I see zero benefit to, give a two-state solution within a year of October 7th. I see zero benefit for lifting the sanctions on an organization like the Houthis. The only response in this situation that I think is appropriate is force. That's just my opinion.
Can I just say, I think that it's fair to say that a two-state solution might be well and good, and I do actually support a two-state solution. I think a year is a little bit hopeful, though. I think that you can't just go like this. The two-state solution has been like a constant negotiate. They've been to the negotiating table many times to try and resolve this and try and zone off the areas and create a two-state solution. So just go make one in a year, otherwise all of the funding's gone, is just and it's not going to happen.
18 months.
You could 18 months. What you're doing is you're asking for
dude, I'm just picking a random slice of time.
That's the problem. It's arbitrary.
That makes you sleep better at night.
It's arbitrary.
You can add more years if you want.
That's the thing. You can add as long as you want on, but it's not just the Israelis that get to decide who's going to accept the two-state solution, as we've seen in the prior rejection.
No, but I think you agree that if you mentioned multiple times already reining Israel in, they're highly dependent on U.S. support for their very existence. Of course, if we threaten to withdraw funding, or of course, if we even threaten to reduce funding, they would fucking come to the negotiating table with a much different attitude.
I agree. I don't disagree with that, but I think there's a difference between saying that and also meet these conditions, otherwise funding will be withdrawn. What we say is I want to see some real diplomacy going on here, otherwise we'll withdraw funding, and I think that's fair enough.
Well, I just don't think it's sufficient to say, well, we're really serious about this, you better solve that, and being firmer and saying, look, there needs to be a realistic deadline here, there needs to be a realistic expectation from us. We could even draw up a 5-point, 10-point peace plan and say, why don't you consider this in the negotiating process, something, show some attempt at diplomacy.
Be a good
right now, there's
in
none.
A 5-year plan, it's just
is there a slice of time you would prefer?
I'm
just saying it's not something that we can put in.
Give me a time, dude.
We're circling on this. Let's get to those super chats because I want to make my money. $20 for Logan. $20 for me to ask Logan. So let's be clear. Logan, since you are advocating for just intercepting missiles instead of bombing Houthi missile sites, would you allow Ireland to be taken over by literal Nazis and allow them to attack local shipping vessels?
What?
We can't hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear you, brother.
You might want to. You might be muted.
He's not muted on my end.
Yeah, I don't think he's muted either, but we can't hear him. I don't see the mute.
Yeah, your audio is gone, dude.
That's the funniest question I've ever heard in my fucking life, by the way.
Oh, don't worry, you got a question coming up. Okay, well, he's dealing with his audio issues. Work on that. Hopefully, we'll get to it. We'll get to your question first, non-smoker. Non-smoker, would you allow the Nazis to dictate? I don't know why you only got $10 and he got $20. Whatever. Would you allow the Nazis to dictate a two-state solution in Germany, allowing the AfD to take power and negotiate with them in order to resolve the problem?
What dumbass asked this question?
Artemis Fowl.
Oh, okay. Emphasis on foul. No.
Okay, fair enough. This is actually really bad. Kevin Logan, can you hear us? Okay, well, the show must go on. Hopefully he gets that fixed. I don't know what's wrong with it. Just keep trying, Kevin, and we'll try to get you back in here. We got about 25 more minutes left in the program, so hopefully we can get you to have your closing thoughts, closing statements, etc. But we still got a lot of ways to go for this. I guess my question would be, right? I know, to Rashad's point, Rashad talked about emboldening them to continue to act this way, right? Does not giving them what they want in this instance, giving the Houthis all these concessions, just mean that the next time that there is a conflict or that there is something that is going on the world stage, that they will just use the same tactic again to get what they want. It worked the first time. Why wouldn't it work now? Does this just not isn't this just kicking the can down the road on that?
Well, we've interfered in many places in the world with the objective being like, well, we've drawn this line in the sand and you've crossed it. And if we don't do something now, then, you're just going to be emboldened to keep continuing. And ironically, what's happened is we've responded with military force, and yet strikes against our, hegemonic control over the world have just continued. I think the reality is that like violence between states is kind of like an inevitability, and countries are going to do things we don't like. And it's about managing and mitigating the damage. And, listen, I'm not such a peacenik that I don't think that sometimes you need to use military force, especially if it's like, our national defense, right? But I happen to think that, you use it with an extreme amount of discretion. And this doesn't feel like an extreme amount of discretion. And, to the idea that like if we don't do X, Y, and Z, it'll embolden the Houthis, I actually think carrying out strikes will embolden the Houthis far more than any kind of like, diplomatic efforts on our part might.
Oh, Kevin.
We still can't hear you,
man.
man. We still can't hear
Poor
you.
Kevin. Do you have push to talk enabled? Did it enable? Yeah, did you switch mics somehow?
His camera turned off for a little bit. Then he came back, and then we couldn't hear him after that.
Check your default audio device. It might have changed on.
That might. Yeah.
You know what? Maybe Biden struck his Ethernet
He's
cable.
He's been taken out by the CIA, man.
The CIA has got him. Okay.
Digital Brandon. Let's go.
I mean, was this justified? Was this a justified strike? I don't know. It's affecting my bottom line. That's all I got. And I'm not okay with that. Yeah, I guess the Steelman, since non-smoker's missing his ally here, I'll Steelman this a little bit. Like to Rashad, right? Biden himself has said that the strikes aren't working. They're not working, right? So we're spending all this money, all this time and this effort for something that's not going to change the actual outcome of things. They're just going to keep attacking us, right? So why give them the ability to just drain our resources like that? Wouldn't it be wiser strategically just to either let other countries handle it, right? Like let Egypt handle it, let Saudis handle it, let China even handle it, right? Because eventually this is going to affect China's bottom line too. Or just simply say, okay, well, we're just getting out of the Middle East entirely. What's the difference there?
Well, the suggestion that other nations could handle it suggested it could be handled. So I would recommend more aggression. I would recommend figuring out why is it not working? Are there any holes in our game? I would argue that it's just in our best interest to keep striking them. I don't think that making concessions at any point in time to the Houthis and giving them room to breathe or giving them a reason to think that if we just do whatever we want to do, we can get whatever we want in exchange. I don't think that's necessarily a fair strategy. I don't think that our actions are having little effect. I think Maersk at one point was not moving ships down the Suez Canal, and they decided to go down after we started protecting those ships. So at the end of the day, it's having a positive effect. I mean, we could just sit there and leave it there and do nothing. Or we could offer them a deal and have them be emboldened by being able to realize that terrorist acts can get them what they want. But the point being is that if they're going to escalate this conflict, they're going to take Israel-Palestine and turn it into a regional conflict or maybe even a global conflict. They can't be given concessions. We got to look at the context of their ideology. These are irrational actors on the global stage, and I don't think they should be given any sort of room to continue to have any ability to affect anything going on.
Wait, can I just ask a follow-up? I know Perspective Philosophy wants to say something, but can I ask follow-up real quick? So look, so we've already mentioned no civilians have died. I happen to think strikes continue, civilians probably will die. You seem to be perfectly okay with that. Correct. So, okay, my question to you would be, is there a number at which you would cut things off and you would say, okay, now I'm no longer okay with this. We've killed too many civilians. The impact of this is too much. It's obviously not working. Like, how many civilians would you accept dying? 100, 1,000?
I mean, that's a ridiculous question. Like, do you think the number's going to go up to 1 million? Like, in the real scenario?
Is there a number? Is there a number?
That's just a ridiculous question.
So no number. So no.
Is there
number.
a number? Is a ridiculous question. Civilians are going to
So
die.
no number.
Like,
Okay.
What's your point? Like, what is the point you're trying to make?
You've made my point for me.
I think
what
to be
about
the
civilians who are
philosopher.
receiving- how many civilians suffering from not receiving their goods is fine with you? What number?
I was going to say like
Oh no, the Amazon deliveries. Who?
What number of people in the region not receiving their goods?
More than the number of civilians. More than
Excuse
the
me?
number of civilians. More than the number of civilians.
Okay, so you're fine with civilians being impacted negatively, even if it could cause death. You have no number on that either.
I would need to see how it's causing death.
So like
You have stipulations for
increasing
how far
costs
you're
of
willing to go.
medication, increasing costs of food.
Do you
increasing
guys
costs of
think that
energy.
the Houthis carrying out a few strikes on shipping vessels is going to stop people
Massively-
from getting medications
It
throughout the
will
whole
add-
world
it
to an
could-
extent that it'll kill people?
Yes.
I mean,
Specifically the
I-
lower classes, yes.
Based on what?
Based upon the fact that, do you think that they can, right, when you look at how shipping and
Is there
all
a
of this
medication
works-
shortage right now
Well, there actually is for certain medications, yeah. I mean, it's specifically
due to
used-
this?
No, not due to this. No, like, but in general,
okay.
like,
So there
yeah.
isn't. So not
Well-
related to this at all.
Well, because this
Oh,
hasn't
so
even
let's
progressed to the
wait
point in
for
which it's
it.
a
Let's wait
genuine.
for
Like,
it.
we're talking about increasing economic strife around the world. That's what global shipping's supporting. We're talking about increasing prices.
Dude,
the costs of
I think
global
this
shipping
whole
massively.
debate, you've been exaggerating the economic strife that will come as a result of
I've
this.
seen,
by
I've
like
seen
a
estimates of up to
tremendous amount.
20% increases on shipping of certain goods, man. That's a considerable that can price people out, no problem.
I think that a 20% increase in the price of goods overall would have a devastating economic impact
Yeah.
on people. I don't think we're anywhere near that fucking level yet.
No, because we're
And
bonded.
the estimates of that are reliant on what? I mean, what are the assumptions built
blowing
into
them
those
up.
estimates? Whose
Well,
estimate?
We're blowing them up. That's why it's not getting that out of hand. Unless you just want to give them the green light to just go as far as they want. Then what
estimates-
do you do?
Dude,
the
the
estimates
strikes
are
have
built-
not stopped. The strikes on
they've
shipping
slowed down.
vessels.
They
at least
actually
not
have
for any
slowed down.
significant amount of time.
They have slowed down significantly.
They've slowed down. They haven't
And-
stopped.
Yeah, but you're not going to stop them like overnight. And that's the whole. That's
You're not going to
Biden's
stop
point.
them. Period. They're going to fucking
Well,
keep
even if-
happening.
yeah, but it's about taking away like the majority of the strikes, such that it's easier and more cost effective to deal with them, such that we can maintain shipping in that area rather than having to go around Cape Hope. So like the whole point is who's willing to actually take the risk. Like we had a drop. I think it was like a 65% drop in shipping in the area at one point. So like when you talk about like the its effect on the shipping in that region, and like I mean, I don't know if the world's pretty big, man. Actually not going through that area and instead going round South Africa massively increases costs. So it's not like I'm
I'll say
exaggerating and it's like, oh, this is a real issue.
I'll say this, that if there's a 20% increase in the cost of goods across the board for everybody in the world, but it ends up leading to a peaceful resolution in Gaza somehow, I'm totally fine with that.
No, I mean, like you're just like you're robbing Peter
Like
to
100%.
pay Paul, man. And like I think
I'm fine with that. Fuck Peter.
Well, I don't,
I mean,
think
Peter
that-
is not just the United States or Israel; it's the rest of the world being
it's the entire
economically.
world, yeah.
Dude, thousands of fucking civilians are dying. I'm totally fine with that.
I know, but look, we've talked about this before about how it's very possible that we could rein in like the Houthi strikes. Not thousands of people aren't dying. What we're talking about is Hamas and Israel, which we could talk about. There's other geopolitical mechanisms we can use to essentially try and calm things down there. I
Right.
agree.
You
there.
don't see the
But
connection. I get it.
No, I see that you want to think of this as the Houthis are doing this only in order to embolden themselves and create like a pathetic geopolitical axis among regional powers, which will not actually be able to challenge American and Israeli hegemony in the area, right? But in reality, I see this as the influence of Iran and a larger Middle East strategy, because the reality is that they don't care. Like if you're thinking about who's your allies on the battlefield, the Palestinian people aren't the people that I want on side. I want the people who actually have a military industry that can support me long term. So like, no, I don't think that we should look at it like, oh, the Houthis are trying to get the Palestinians on side for when this conflict ends. That's fucking ludicrous. That's like that ironically is the dumbest materialist take ever. Like what is their material interest in that
I'm
scenario?
gonna have to let him respond to that. Non-smoker, go ahead. Dumbest material take ever.
It's the dumbest materialist take ever that the Houthis want to have some sort of alignment with an axis of resistance. That's the dumbest take ever because it's not even mine.
That doing it precisely for that reason, rather than to, let's say, have a broader relationship with a larger, more influential power in the region.
Meaning Iran.
Meaning Iran.
I think Iran's part of this axis of resistance.
I don't think that Iran is an axis of resistance. I think that gives Iran... that Iran supports what you might call the axis of resistance in the area to put pressure on Israel and the United States. But I think that it's doing it for its own geopolitical purposes. Like you're letting the tail wag the dog there.
Yeah, look, this is not a view that I hold on my own, and it's certainly not one that I derive out of like some sort of blind adherence to materialism. This is the opinion of many scholars on the topic. I mean, I have to look at my notes. I hate to be that guy, but like Lindsey Cohn, National Security Affairs professor at the U.S. Naval War College, Middle East Institute's Charles Lister, a lot of these people, this notion that there's an axis of resistance forming in the Middle East in opposition to the West, and this is, the beginning stages of that, is not something that I'm pulling out of thin air.
I didn't disagree with that. I said that this would end. Like the hypothesis is that this is being done only to embolden essentially an axis of resistance between the Palestinian people and the Houthis, when in reality the axis of resistance that you're talking about is coming from Iran, and larger political and even Hezbollah is far more important than the Palestinians. Let's look at the actual powerful actors of the region.
I think I see. Okay, no, I think I see where the misunderstanding is happening. What I'm arguing is that this is emboldening this axis of resistance. On the one hand, the Palestinian issue, I think, gives them the moral case for doing this, right? They can use that as an excuse. And I'm fine with saying that it's an excuse and that there's no other utility in doing that. I'm saying take the excuse away. But in terms of the Axis resistance being emboldened, the Houthis view this as an opportunity to be seen as a legitimate power, right? Like, hey, we, through our military action, can to some extent dictate an outcome that's more favorable for, this sympathetic cause, right? Or we can use it to dictate an outcome which is more, favorable to us in general, right? Like they view it as something that will make them seen as more legitimate. Now, I get the logic of, okay, we should carry out strikes and not bend to their will because then they won't be seen as legitimate. But I actually think, ironically, carrying out strikes will make them be seen as more legitimate by the people of Yemen because of the possible civilian cost, right? And it also makes them look like this sympathetic case where this big power is beating up on them, right? I do think it's a different... Yeah,
I would 100% concede that the way that Israel's engaging in war in Palestine is leading to an ideological alignment between various actors in that region. And that's bad. We shouldn't be doing that. Even from a tactical perspective, it's bad for Israel, right? And I actually know a guy who's like US military intelligence studies, ex-US military intelligence, and even he was saying that. He's like, actually, the way they're engaging in this conflict isn't in their interests. We wouldn't be doing it this way. So, fair enough. But when we compare that to the strikes on the Houthis, right, which I understand they're connected, but we've already said there's mechanisms we can use to essentially try to pull Israel back. But in terms of the strikes on the Houthis, it will genuinely legitimize them as an influential regional power if they're able to disrupt global shipping and go unimpeded.
I'll let you respond to that, but then I want to toss the ball to Rashad, let him respond, and then we'll get to closings. So.
Oh, coming to me now?
No, you can respond to that, Smoker, is what I'm saying.
No, my mistake.
Then we'll pass. Yeah. After your response, we'll pass the ball to Rashad, and then we'll go into closings.
Yeah, I think I'm actually willing to concede the idea that allowing this to happen unimpeded, as you put it, might be problematic. I just don't see the utility in carrying out military strikes to a greater extent, I think, than has already happened, given the fact that I think eventually you're going to incur civilian deaths, civilian casualties, which will only embolden the Houthis at least locally in Yemen, right? And I think it will embolden this axis of resistance to say, hey, there's this big world power beating up on us, right? If we could say, like, all right, we've carried out this amount of strikes, no civilians have died, and the Houthis stopped, then I would actually be fine with it. I just don't think that that's what's playing out in reality or will play out in reality. So I happen to think that we're going to have to place a really heavy emphasis on diplomacy here to at least remove the moral case, the moral imperative, right? And then if the Houthis continue striking or there's, continues to be some sort of clashing of interests there, we might have to respond with military force. I also think we can engage in diplomacy with the Houthis. And will that grant them some level of legitimacy? I think at this point, that's kind of unavoidable, is my point. They're either going to be seen as legitimate by us or seen as legitimate by this axis of resistance, or both, right? Either way, I think that they're approaching legitimacy one way or another, because the reality on the ground in Yemen is they're the only stable force there, right? Since the collapse of the government.
I want to toss it to Rashad to respond to all this, and then
Yeah, I mean, the emboldening argument to me is kind of pointless. I mean, all of these organizations, they're all batshit crazy. Let's just keep it a stack. Like, all of them are insane. Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah. I mean, they're all high on their own supply. They're irrational. They're completely obsessed with their ideologies beyond, like, any sort of genuine, realistic geopolitical aims or goals. I don't think conceding to them makes any sense. And, we could have used the same argument for ISIS. Look, there's a lot of civilian support. If we blow up ISIS, who are around a lot of civilians, it could radicalize even more Iraqis. I mean, we could extend this argument as far as we want. These ideologies feed off of victimhood mentality. And the reality is, if we concede to them, I would argue it would give even more legitimacy. It would give them even more boldness to strike. And I would have to ask you, I mean, how many civilian people on these cargo ships are worth, in your mind, the sacrifice? I mean, like, how is it right to expose them to a conflict they have absolutely nothing to do with? If the Houthis want to put themselves in a conflict that has really nothing to do with them outside of religious brotherhood with the Palestinians, I feel no sympathy for who those strikes hit. Zero.
I mean, I do want to point out the fact that, like, ISIS came out of directly came as a result of U.S. military intervention in Iraq. Like, there would have been no ISIS had we not destabilized the region. All the more reason, though, to your argument, all the more reason to your argument of, hey, these people have been radicalized by this U.S. intervention. If we, strike them even more, it'll embolden them and rile them up even more. I mean, we could just sit there and say, hey, look, if we look at the history of how they came about and the morality of it, why not just concede to them, make some concessions, see if we can be diplomatic with them? I mean, look at the root of their argument. I mean, it's kind of moral. We could sit there and give ISIS the same little breathing room and wiggle room to wild out too. Why not? I'm not sure I really follow. So you're saying that you think that we should do that with the Houthis, or you're saying that the reason we shouldn't do that with the Houthis is because hypothetically you could make the same case for ISIS? I mean, I don't think you can necessarily make the same case for ISIS. Like, ISIS is operating as like this rogue entity that came about or in the capacity that they really even still operate as a result of our direct interference in that region. It's like probably the best case for us not interfering anymore.
I mean, that's a little bit unfair. Like, that's a little bit unfair. Like, look, I'm not really a fan of Iraq and Afghanistan as wars, but I think it's a little bit unfair to say that it's only because of the power vacuum that was from the United States. Because it is in one respect, but the alternative was to let the Saddam government essentially continue and invade its neighbors and commit the horrible shit that was going on.
Iraq wasn't invading its neighbors in 2003.
No, Iraq invaded its neighbor, like when the Americans airstriked and
in the early 90s. We're talking 2003 when we overthrew Saddam.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that the Iraqi government isn't one that was essentially a good faith actor.
We don't know. The Iraqi government is lame and nobody likes them, blah, blah, blah. But the idea that overthrowing them because we don't like them led to anything other than the creation of fucking ISIS and the total destabilization of that region and hundreds of thousands of fucking people dying.
I don't agree with the Iraq war. I'm just saying it's not a fair characterization to say that ISIS is only
it sounds almost like you're saying that it was was worth it to get rid of Saddam.
No,
and what I'm
saying
suggesting is that
no,
it's not.
and I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the only reason that ISIS didn't develop in the region is because Saddam's use of force essentially crushed the resistance, like the development
Which
of these.
would have been better for everyone.
In some respects, yeah. And I mean, like, I'm not, as I say,
except for
I'm
the
not.
civilians he gassed, but
The million.
No, I'm not defending Saddam gassing anyone. What I'm saying, though, is that it prevents the creation of ISIS. Doesn't that help everybody?
But yeah, but I mean, it
Not
also
the gassing specifically. Him being
I was
president.
gonna say it's like we're looking at essentially horrific scenarios on either side, and I don't think that the American intervention in the Iraq was a good intervention, right? I'm not.
I think it was far worse than Saddam being the leader.
I think it largely had to do with our political interest in the region. I'll say that. Like, so, and I think that it ended up playing out to be pretty bad, especially for like when we look at how it spun into Syria and how it created larger geopolitical destabilization. So yeah, I'm not happy with how Iraq was handled or done in the first place, and I mean we can even go back further than this. And the mistake was essentially how that Iraqi government took power. Like, this is a long line of geopolitical failures on the part of like the hegemon. Like, yeah, sure, but I just think that it's not fair to say, okay, ISIS is literally the only resulted from American intervention. It wasn't only American intervention. Like the fact that you're talking about having to have essentially what is a militant dictatorship crushing local militias in order to prevent these from forming, and then that's the solution you're talking about, is having essentially, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's not the better, maybe even the better option, I guess, but like, it's not as simple as it's America's fault. Actually, it's not America's fault. America killed one bad guy. They didn't necessarily cause the next one, like, de facto.
Okay, gang, this has been a great discussion. I'm very sad that Kevin couldn't stay till the end. I'm sorry he had some technical difficulties. Gang, if you've enjoyed this content, if you've liked the show that I put on today, gang, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Give me a follow if you're watching this on Twitch or on Kick. Consider gifting subs, consider super chatting, all that good thing. It helps me keep this channel going. It helps support me so I can keep streaming, so you can keep yelling at the screen when you disagree with some of my guests. But as to my guests, I want to just thank every single one of them for coming. I think this was a great discussion. I really enjoyed it. And if you turn in tomorrow, you'll see Non-Smoker again and me. We're going on his channel, gang. I'll be streaming it too. And we are going to be debating this. On my side will be Destiny. Destiny is coming on. And then on his side, he will have Alistair the Great. I think that's how you say it. And it will be a 2-on-2 debate on the Houthis from a broad perspective. How did they form? Are they really freedom fighters? Are they the legitimate government? Should we recognize them as a legitimate government? Should we continue to have sanctions on them? A broad discussion. It will be great. It'll be fun. 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I might go live a little early on that, but 7 p.m. Eastern, and tune in. Non-Smoker, give your outro, closing thoughts, and where people can find you. There's been some people asking me, and I don't know your Twitch handle exactly, so I want to make sure you give it so that people can find you. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. It's twitch.tv/non_smoker. All right. Twitch.tv/non_smoker. Yeah, happy to be here. It's good talking to everybody. If anybody's interested in a 1v1, right, please hit me up, right? But otherwise, I'll just say that, and it actually goes into the last thing Perspective Philosophy was trying to argue there. While I don't think, maybe it's unfair to say groups like ISIS have only formed because of America's interference in the region, I think maybe it's totally fair to say that one of the major causes of ISIS's formation was America's interference in the region. I think history, the 21st century, the early part of it that we're in, and really the later part of the 20th century are just fucking littered with examples of cases where America has intervened in the affairs of another country and it's led to fucking disastrous results where everybody in that region fucking hates us. It's bad for the world, and that while I acknowledge we're a great world power and we shouldn't just seek to shrink ourselves into a corner and hide from everybody, and that being a great world power comes with this obligation, in a sense, to engage in conflicts here or there, I think we should do a much better job of mitigating them, reducing them, and trying our best to be, a little bit nicer, right? And that would benefit everybody, including us. And including the American people who, continue to pay assloads of their tax dollars to kill fucking brown babies all over the world. So I'm against that. And if you like my message, come follow me on Twitch. Thanks.
I shouted him out on my Twitch channel. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's non_smoker. Give him a follow. He's great. Thanks for coming, and thanks for hosting. Tomorrow it'll be a great discussion. But we have some more great guests that I need to give a chance to shout themselves out. And again, I want to stress, please give these guys a follow as well. Perspective of Philosophy. Where can people find you, and what's your closing thoughts?
Yeah, so Perspective Philosophy on both YouTube and Twitch. I'd like to thank you, Wick, and Non-Smoker and Rashad for this conversation. I think it's been really great. So yeah, I guess my closing thoughts are primarily that obviously that this is an incredibly complex geopolitical situation that we're not going to solve in this panel. And I think that what we're doing is essentially outlining even just outlining the overall complexity of the situation just in having this discussion, such that we can agree yet disagree so harshly on even individual actions, because it's a living history which involves countless decades of armed conflict in the region. It involves economics, and it involves global politics. In terms of the arguments that have been given, I think that our intervention with the Houthis was necessary. I think that the Israeli attempts to crush Hamas have been drastic and ineffective in what the overall goal is. And I think that I think we need to show pity and mercy to the people of Palestine. And in terms of our geopolitical interests in the area, I think global shipping and economics need to be protected in order to prevent destabilization. I'm sounding like the materialist now. In order to prevent the destabilization of essentially the peace in locally and in the global community. So ultimately, the attacks on the Houthis were justified. I think that if we did have to consider, attacking civilian infrastructure, I think that we shouldn't do it. Let's say just bomb the shit out of them. I'm not just like, okay, we'll bomb them, how many bombs do we need to drop? Maybe then we'll change how we're engaging it. But I think, as Artemis Fowl said, I think it was at the start, essentially, this is an attack on military installations that have been largely effective and actually preventing the legitimization of a bad actor in the region. And also, and I'm happy to accept your offer, Non-Smoker, if you want to have a one-on-one. I'd love to do that. And I think it's, we should definitely understand that although the United States is the most powerful geopolitical actor, it is not the only one that's been overly involving itself in political strife and struggles around the world. And I can think of some very, very red examples which have been doing that throughout the 20th century.
Gang, give him a follow. We shouted him out in chat as well on my Twitch chat. Perspective Philosophy. Go support his channel. He's great. And if you guys do set up that one-on-one, let me know when, and I will tune in and watch and see what happens. Last but certainly, first of all, before I forget, Kevin Logan has a Twitch channel, and for reasons beyond his control, I hope beyond his control, he wasn't able to make it to the entire panel. But please, if you guys, I don't know his exact thing. I wish he was here to tell us. But search Kevin Logan on Twitch, and you'll find him. Follow him as well. Okay, that's it. Rashad, close us out. Give where we can find you, and your closing thoughts on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube as Rashad Crenshaw. Don't look for my Twitter because I don't tweet. I want to thank all of you guys, Non-Smoker, Perspective, Kevin Logan, and of course you, Wick, for having me on and giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys and fucking debate shit. And I was really nervous today. I wasn't sure how I was gonna do. So I want to thank you guys for giving like a civil environment and a respectful environment for us to just be able to talk and stuff like that. Obviously, you guys know my position. I think the West maintaining its maintaining free and safe shipping for everybody is what's best for the global economy and for global security. And yeah, I think I've kind of beaten that horse dead enough times in the debate. So again, thank you for having me, and I'm just grateful to be here.
Okay. And with that, gang, we're going to raid out. Remember, tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. We won't be on Twitch, and because we can't with Destiny on, but we will be on YouTube and we will be on Kick. So check us out. Okay, let's raid out. Are any of you going to continue to stream after this?
I
No?
am. I am.
You are? Okay, let's
Don't
raid
have to
into
do that,
perspective.
though. Oh, thanks, man. I'm so tiny on Twitch. It's such a big deal for me. Thank you.
Of course, man. No worries.
Appreciate it.
It's not the size of the viewership that counts. It's who's watching you, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, well,
anyway,
yeah.
let them know that this is a hate raid, though. It is a hate raid. So spam those emotes if you got them, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Later, guys.
Later, man. It's been fun.
See ya.
Okay.
Okay. How do I? I'll be there. Okay. I am always late. Well, thanks for popping by, Wix chatters, man. That's actually really appreciated. I know you actually appreciate anyone who sticks by, and it's just nice to see you here. And thanks again to Wick. It was really nice of him. Yeah, my YouTube chat are saying that they're superior necessarily, that the YouTube master race and all that going on. Real YouTube fans know that I'm always late. But yeah, like, I think that was really interesting. I think that the positions, I just think that, like, even in terms of, like, I see this all the time. I think politics is actually too complicated in general. I think that to truly be able to do politics to the nth degree, such that you could offer solutions to these things, is essentially to say that you understand a complex array of living history, not only the history of the region, but also the politics, the economics, like the political science, political meanderings and workings of the region, but also the economics and the global economic situation, and ethics and ideological conflicts, the identities of the individual actors and how they understand and relate to the actors in the region. It's very, very complex from my perspective. I know someone in chat was saying, like, it's not complex, just read this book. If you read this book, it'll become very clear Israel's in the wrong. I think that I very much doubt it. I'll check out the book, like, and maybe it'll solve it for us, but yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. I really appreciate that, guys. Thanks to Wix viewers. So, like, what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be reviewing philosophy videos and essentially doing a Q&A. But I don't know if everyone's interested in that, but that's the plan for me. I'm essentially continuing my job as a philosopher. So, in case you're new here, I'm a philosopher. So I'm a philosophy postgrad, and I've done a year of PhD. And I actually specialize in ethics, not politics, which is why I'm so hesitant to delve into politics to the nth degree. But if you like ethics and if you like metaphysics and epistemology, then yeah, absolutely, we can definitely form an axis of power in this region of Twitch political hegemony. I don't know. I just started throwing words together there. I responded to that Thomas guy. He hasn't gotten back, I don't think, but I'll double check. You disagree, but you did appreciate my nuance points. Well, thanks, man. I don't expect people to agree or disagree, like, essentially agree or, like, have even, I don't even expect, like, a sharp disagreement. I think that there's a point in which, for example, between Rashad and Non-Smoker, it's like Rashad's point about, okay, we need to obviously uphold the economics, the economic situation, and also not allow to legitimize the Houthis. Yeah, fair enough. Non-Smoker's point, and the other guy, I can't remember his name. I'm like terrible for names. who said that, how many people need to die in this conflict. I understand that's awful. Like, we do need to do something about it. I don't know what to do though. Hey, you're pretty dope when you're not doing the veganism/can stuff. Don't ban me. I'm not gonna ban you, man. That's fair. I am vegan. Like, I do a lot of vegan content, and I'm a Hegelian. I do cant now and again. Not really though. Okay, guys. I'm gonna quickly take this opportunity to be right back, because if I don't, I'll never have the opportunity again. So I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, hello everyone. Probably alienated everyone with the classical music, but if I didn't do that, I would have died. Okay, so we will go on to some video reviews. And if you do want to send in a video for me to review, you're welcome to do that. I'm very much willing to take requests. Primarily philosophical topics would be great. Anything that's ethics, politics, metaphysics, epistemology, all that good stuff. You sent one in the Discord? Wait a minute, what is it? What am I looking at there? In regards to the Houthi attacks and the shipping, Egypt has been oddly silent. Any thoughts on that? They are losing. I think Egypt, and the regional powers around Palestine, I don't really care about. I think it's sad. The reality is that they don't care about the plight of the Palestinian people, which I think is real, by the way. I think there's a lot of good Palestinians who are suffering at this point. And I don't think they care. I think the bottom line is certainly taking priority. Egypt's and I think that they're keeping themselves in such a way as to neither condemn nor approve of a lot of actions in order to just basically say it's not our problem. It's not, we're out of it. So yeah, I mean, I'm very much interested in the relationship with Saudi Arabia, OPEC Plus, and the relationship that's in terms of Russia as well. I don't exactly like Saudi Arabia as a nation, and I think that at the same time I don't think they care about Russia. But it's just messy. It's so messy. Like this is one of the biggest problems with politics. There's so many interests involved. It's hard to understand how to balance them, and that's assuming that they're even being cogent and coherent in that within terms of the actual like rational goals, right? They might say they have one goal, but then might actually try to actualize another. Actually, I think, just in relation to the immorality question, I really wanted to bring up between non-smoker and Rashad. I just wanted to ask them what allows them to start talking about numbers, like how many people must die. I just wanted to know how they're actually making these decisions in the first place. So from my perspective, I'm arguing for political stability as essentially the bedrock of the ethical structure from which we can even engage in, right? So which we can even talk about right and wrong. We're going to need some level of political stability, and I see that under attack, so that needs to be maintained. And that's from sort of a virtue ethics / deontological take, which has led to this sort of political alignment in which political stability forms an integral part of how we understand, how we engage with justice. So that's the reason why I was trying to say, like, when it comes down to it, like how many people need to die in one respect, and what we're talking about is we can't just talk about just numbers. We need to talk about identities, who's being respected, and how we actually engage with this, right? It's a video on transgenderism and a hylomorphous explanation, so politics mixed with philosophy. Transgenderism, in what respect? Like, what am I doing? I'll give it a look. Okay. Right. Okay, guys. And I don't know if anyone is interested, but if you want to join the Discord, you can send in videos for me to review. Well, that's the Discord link in case anyone's interested. Okay. So what did you guys in chat think about the discussion as well? Did you just have any opinions? Lots of Charles P.S. The date ente. Okay, so what we have is Joe Schmid versus Garen Kerr, intellectual Catholicism. Politics, I'll tell you what, I'll give this politics, transgenderism, and hylomorphism a go. Why not? Let's try it out. See where we get. That was my invite link. I don't know why I've copied that one over. I thought I just copied this.
Are you tired of listening?
Counting how many civilian deaths felt very dark. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's something that we'll have to acknowledge at the same time. I find it very confusing how people present themselves as so sure as their stance with such bare bones info. I mean, I completely agree. I mean, to be fair, I think that it's I It's something that I don't think you want to be so sure on. I mean, like, there's things that I feel sure on in terms of like metaphysics, epistemology, things that I've spent like many years researching. I think politics is just I think you've got to have metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, especially ethics more than anything under your belt, and then you've got to be able to balance an understanding of political ideologies, like deeply understand the political ideologies in play, the interests of the actors, the history of the region, the economic consequences and the fallout. It's just so much, man. Yeah, I mean, I agree that people aren't necessarily going to get hurt when, obviously, bombing goes on, but I do think that he made also a good point in saying, like, and I think that this is the point that I kind of wanted to kind of drag out of him, is like, there's in terms of the apples and oranges comparison, there's strikes which radicalize, that cause more harm than good, that are even morally abhorrent, and then there's strikes which are legitimate counterattacks to an ongoing threat which causes a greater impact upon on global shipping, right? So it's like, I'm sympathetic, that we don't always engage in war in a way which makes sense, is justified, and we have to be able to hold ourselves to account and go, hey, wait a minute, that was a bit either foolish, reckless, or even morally abhorrent. Like, is this, but also we'll have to recognize that we do need to be geopolitical actors, that we do need to engage and protect our interests, political stability, and world economics. So, you kind of have to remember that, right? Okay.
I thought I'd just put something out.
So let's see what this is. So this is politics, transgenderism, and hylomorphism. For anyone who doesn't know what hylomorphism is the philosophy of Aristotle, and it's it argues for a unity of understanding objects as a mixture of form and matter, meaning a kind of logical, quote unquote, a priori, doesn't have to be a priori component, or a purely rational logical component, an immaterial component, and a material component. And this has also been adopted by the Catholic Church, not in the same sense, but was radically influential on the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas. And many Catholics believe in a hylomorphic consideration of metaphysics. So, politics, transgenderism, and hylomorphism. Let's go.
Well, since I haven't made a video in a long time, I thought I'd just put something out there. And so what this is going to be is just going to be a little bit of a rambling on some thoughts that I've had about the state of sort of the transgender debate in American politics between the left and the right. One thing I see is that it seems like the left and right are actually talking past each other when they're talking about transgenders and transgender issues. Particularly in all the clips you see online, people like Matt Walsh and other people on the left and right debating whether a trans woman is a woman, whether a trans man is a man, and these kinds of questions. One of the biggest things that I see is that it seems like they're using a different meaning of the term definition. So like someone like Matt Walsh will ask, like, what does it mean to be a woman? Right? When he says that word mean, he's asking for the definition. He's asking for like this specific definition, like the definition of water is, H2O or something like that.
Man, I hate ads. I truly hate ads. I need to get YouTube Premium.
And so they always respond. The people on the left, they always respond to that question as, I can't tell you what it means to be a woman. Only a woman can tell you what it means to.
Yeah, it is sad to see. I think that I spoke about the whole binary left and right thing. The binary left and right thing is actually an ironic. It's very much a dogma that's been perpetuated since the French Revolution, and it has more to do with the French Assembly. It really came to, like, essentially, ironically, a relationship between power of the king and those who wanted to dispose of the king. How much power should the king have? One saying the king should have the power of absolute veto. One side saying, on the right, one side saying the king shouldn't have any powers to veto at all. And then you had your sort of center mediating parties. And if you know anything about that, the left and the right started murdering each other. So I don't think it's a good thing to emulate the sort of left and right dichotomy of the French Parliament.
To be a woman, that kind of thing. And to me, I don't see this being addressed a lot. It seems like that kind of response isn't really answering that kind of question. That kind of response seems much more in line with the idea that the word mean there, when you ask what it means to be a woman, is something more similar to when someone asks you like what it means to be an American, or what it means to be English, or what it means to be a Russian or a Mexican. So you could say, well, what it means to me to be an American is to love freedom, or what it means to be an American is to, have certain principles or whatever it is. And so it seems like that is the way that the people on the left are interpreting that question. Well, what does it mean to be a woman? Well, because, if you take that latter sense of the word mean, as in when you say what it means to be an American. Well, what it means to be an American, can be different for other people. Like what it means to them to be an American, what the ideal is that they aspire to when they consider themselves as an American, or something like that. But to make an analogy with that, what Matt Walsh.
I mean, surely there has to be some sort of condition such that you can say someone is using the word American right or wrong, right? Otherwise, the word would be meaningless. And we can say that varies depending upon the game they're in, like the specific philosophical what would the language game they're in. That's fair enough. But obviously, there has to be like a concrete meaning to that, such that you can identify whether someone's using the word correctly or incorrectly. So there has to be sure, but let's not say that there's a difference between what it means to be an American and also the understanding the term and the usage of the word American, right?
Someone like Matt Walsh would be asking is not what it means to be an American in that sense. Like if he asked what it would mean to be an American, he would ask like, what is the definition of an American? Which would be something like some particular citizen under this federal jurisdiction in this land, or something like that. And so I think a lot of the times people on the left and right actually just talk past each other. They don't use the same terms univocally. They sort of equivocate between these terms. I think unintentionally. And so I think that is one roadblock between actual common ground between people on the left and people on the right, is that they aren't even actually using the same terms. And another reason why I come to...
I mean, I agree. I think in general, I think we're operating with conflicting forms of rationality, and I love Alistair McIntyre talking about this. I go on about him all the time. But he argues that the political divisions that we can see in the United States are largely the result of a divergence of essentially forms of thinking between the groups in the United States, leading to an incommensurability. So they can't actually understand each other anymore. That they think that they reason differently. So you present the same situation to two separate Americans, and they'll form radically different conclusions because of the way that they understand the situation and their reasoning in the first place. Now, McIntyre says we can actually overcome this, but it takes radical empathy and a lot of work upon our communication. It's not something that we can just sort of think our way out of, or just, talk our way out of. And I agree, Crawler. I think there's political allegiances, unfortunately, and then there's like the dogmatism that, and a lot of that comes from being disenfranchised and cynical about the usefulness of communication in the first place, such that you think that it's a means of manipulation, which is ironically, I think, almost a Nietzschean take. Truth is a form of currency, and that's radical. That's really dangerous. That's very dangerous. In my opinion. And I suppose that the problem is that in order to overcome this, you've got to get people to accept that there is a truth, and a truth that unites you both, that you both can actually compromise and understand. And that's, I guess, the hardest point, isn't it? Of just getting people to be that empathetic to each other. To stop villainizing each other. And that is one of the hardest points. Now, I think that at the same time, when we're talking about transgenderism, I think one thing that really gets left out of this is the consideration of ideological considerations of what is a woman, right? Like, well, it gets brought into it, but it's just made like a showmanship where one side is naive realists and base it on sexual dimorphism, and the other side sort of detaches it almost entirely and makes it a purely ideological construct. And I think the truth is actually in the middle. It's not necessarily one way or the other. And there's just no real... I think the problem is the dogmatism on both sides. Like, the people that read it as well. Like, one side is just reading very postmodern, phenomenalist kind of takes, where everything's relative, post-structuralist takes. And the other side's... dogmatically traditionalist, right? It's terrible. The fear of being manipulated to deviate from the stance while not even being truthfully convinced of your own values. Fear of being different from immediate social group. 100%. I mean that's the concept of hegemony. People are made by ideas as much as people make ideas, right? And when we look at like cultural hegemony and its impact and how it can form individuals, it's massively formative. Where, remember that you are a social construct in the sense that like how you understand yourself in relation to yourself is an internalized structure of recognition. You understand yourself like, you see, I'm American. Like, that's because you relate to other individuals and you're unifying that identity within essentially an objective framework, or at least an intersubjective framework. And then you internalize that identity and apply it to yourself. And in applying it to yourself, people gain power over you. Now, I don't think that's entirely a bad thing. I actually think that can be a good thing, and I think that it can actually aid freedom rather than restrict it. But we have to be rational in terms of how we engage with these structures, right?
This conclusion, other than the fact that that kind of left-wing response seems more appropriately fitting to the kind of question of like, the word mean in terms of what it would mean to be an American. Another reason I think that they're misinterpreting each other or talking past each other is because I just refuse to believe that someone on the left would actually like interpret that question as asking for the definition of woman, understanding what a definition is, and then giving that response. Because obviously, like, the definition of something is what gives that thing, or it's what expresses the intelligible content of that thing to locate it.
But obviously, remember that definitions are tied to various language games, and they're not necessarily like, depending on his metaphysics and his philosophy of language, you might even the guy speaking might take a specific stance on definitions that mightn't align with the fact that not only are you interpreting these words differently, but these words actually do mean different things, and the definitions can change depending upon the way the word's being used, right? You're defining its use in relation to other words within the game you're playing
as a determinate fixed thing that you can actually refer to, that gives sort of that is the basis for the meaning of some sort of term, and so if you're going to make a whole bunch of claims,
how do I argue against the argument of your truth? Well, I think when you make truth like purely subjective, that it alienates truth from your possibility of knowing it. I mean, I take the Wittgensteinian argument that private language is impossible, so there's actually no way then to hold your deductions to account. So you've eliminated truth, which is essentially to undermine the possibility of truth, which undermines the argument that you've just given to say that there is no truth, or that truth is subjective or relative.
Using a term about woman, saying, well, this person's a woman, this person's a woman is this, woman is that, and then you say, well, I can't actually give you the definition of a woman, then all of those propositions in which you use the term woman are just going to be vacuous, because if it lacks a definition, then it has no intelligible content. And if you use a term in a proposition with no intelligible content, then you don't have the proposition. The proposition is meaningless, because there's no subject to which there is a coordinate predicate that you can actually synthesize. So I just refuse to believe that people on the left are actually doing that. I really think that a lot of them are just misunderstanding the question when someone asks what it means to be a woman. And I just think that this needs to be brought to light so that this can be clarified by people on the left, and whether people on the right actually might agree with this. And but more importantly, that people on the left actually clarify that how they are actually interpreting the question. Because if they freely admit that they are interpreting the question not in the sense of what does it mean to be a woman in a similar way as to what it means to be an American, but if they admit that they are literally conceding that they cannot propose any sort of definition, which a definition is
But like, remember that we're talking about massively different ideological and metaphysical stance, such that they might say there is no single definition, not to say that there isn't a definition, but that no single definition could be applicable, right? Like, that's usually how people on the left engage. They're post-structuralists. I'm saying people on the left as if I'm fairly left wing. Like, I'm pretty left wing. I'm just built different.
Composed of a genus and specific difference, which constitutes a species, right? Like if that is what they are rejecting that they can provide, then the position just loses intelligibility, and at that point, I just become disinterested because I'm not interested in unintelligibility. I guess while I'm at it, I might as well bring up a few other things that kind of irk me about the transgender debate. It's specifically when people, usually on the left, bring up intersex people as a sort of talking point about transgender issues. Specifically when it is people on the left who like to make a distinction between gender and sex. So at that point, to bring up intersex people as a sort of supporting point for the sort of more mainstream left-wing transgender ideology is just...
But I thought that, like, to be fair, when I see people on the left or like people who are promoting, like, they're normally saying that they'll be like normally Kuhnians arguing for not necessarily scientific anti-realism or a form of scientific post-structuralism, and they'll be saying that, or they might even be saying that it's better understood in relation to a non-binary structure or a what do they call it, like a sliding scale and stuff like that in terms of sexual dimorphism, which I don't agree with. But at the same time, I think that's largely what's being brought up. It's not like, oh, they're just being totally irrational, you know, like it's like, come on, give them at least a little bit of credit, yeah. You know, there is a reason why they're engaging in the way they are.
It's just a red herring because under the left, the sort of contemporary left wing ideology, sex and gender are distinct things. So to bring in intersex people is just it's not even wrong. You know, it's just a category error. And that's just aside from the fact that this phenomena of transgenderism, like vastly, in a vast majority, applies to people who aren't intersex in the first place. So again, it's just irrelevant. And speaking of the mutability of sex, a lot of people on the left will point to intersex and sort of sex mutability to show that sex is not a binary, and that there is this sort of fluidity, that people don't fit into these sort of neat categories and whatnot. But that is something that can be completely it can be completely conceded by the conservative, and it wouldn't hurt their position at all. Firstly, because to say that a fluidity of sex, which is exemplified in people who are intersex and whatnot, that don't, you know, that we would say wouldn't fit neatly into these two categories, man and woman, male, female.
I guess what I really don't like about this video is the kind of, like, rather than building a dialogue, it seems to be a way of trying to enforce and perpetuate like conservative talking points, and sort of and I don't really like that. Rather in the sense, like, well, why do you assume that it's a sort of that it's not just misguided on both sides, right? Because it seems to me that's what actually is going on.
The fact of that fluidity does not disprove the existence of a binary. That would be a sort of continuum fallacy, which would seek to disprove the existence of a binary in virtue of the variations between the binary. So to say that sex is a spectrum or gender is a spectrum, if they're the same thing, which they might not be.
I mean, I make a similar argument. I don't think that that essentially to argue for intersex is from a non-binary position makes sense, because essentially you end up with two poles, and say it's a sliding scale between two poles anyway, because it is like sexual dimorphism is pretty much a hard fact.
To say that's a spectrum does not invalidate the claim that it's a binary, because a spectrum, what a spectrum is precisely variation between 2 points, right? A spectrum is variation between binary, between two binaries. Well, two binaries is redundant, but you get the point. When people on the left make this argument, what they're really thinking of isn't a binary, but they're thinking of a dichotomy, which is sort of a dichotomy is a strict exclusive disjunction, either this or this. So black or non-black. Like there is no medium between those two. It's proposition and negation, the law of non-contradiction here. So that would be a true dichotomy, which is not the same as a binary. And the conservative does not have to hold that sex is a dichotomy, that sex consists of a true exclusive dichotomy. That's not something that they have to hold at all. And I guess something else I'd like to touch on before I close off this video is that the sort of transgenderism idea. A lot of things, when you don't realize it, they come down to the underlying natural philosophy and metaphysics. So really, a lot of the sort of left-wing transgender position, or the left-wing positions on transgenderism and transgender people and the transgender phenomenon, has a sort of bad underlying natural philosophy and metaphysics. So a lot of the proponents of these sort of left-wing ideas point out this idea of being born in the wrong body, or basically that, just being born having a sort of man.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I think they're talking about gender being a social construct rather than being born in the wrong body, because they're not essentially saying that the body is the definer and the truth maker, because they're post-structuralists. They're saying it's in relation to essentially a coherent structure within our geopolitical framework, our socio-political framework.
Being born in a man's body, but really being a woman. But that kind of claim has a sort of philosophical, metaphysical underpinning to that, which kind of entails that in that case, where it's sort of let's say a woman is born in a man's body, that sort of places a strong distinction between the person's intellect or the person's mind and the person's body, and that the person's intellect is naturally sort of engendered, and that the body is something that is really distinct and separate from the intellect, that is distinctly gendered. And so that you have this sort of gendered immaterial, or you have this sort of engendered self, which sort of embodies or encompasses this.
Depends on how you understand gender and the self in the first place, such that it's actually like a reflection of your interests, and that a lot of it is derived from a kind of existentialist view of philosophy, that existence precedes essence, and so the essence is never a perfect manifestation of what you are, but almost a means to an end to express your freedom. So, I mean, it depends upon the person, right? I think we're overly generalizing a little bit.
This body, which is separately gendered. So you can have this sort of, if you want to think about it, like some sort of soul or immaterial intellect, which is itself gendered in a feminine or woman in a female way, that is somehow placed in the wrong body. It's placed in a male body.
I don't think that the average person arguing from a secular position is going to be affirming a soul. Maybe like a psyche in the sense of having a mind, but not necessarily a soul in the way that we might take it as Catholics.
And so you have this gendered sort of substance that is sort of somehow misplaced into this other gendered substance, because that's how you would derive the notion that it is a misplacement, that it is something being placed in the wrong body, that you are.
No, I think that they would argue for usually a kind of dysphoria or like dysmorphia, such that their mental states don't align with their presentation, and so seek to resolve that. I don't think that it's necessarily like they have a soul that's one way and a body that's the other, because they're not also going to say that the body defines gender. They're going to say that the body defines, well, not even just the body, but the body forms part of the appearances which largely result in gender, and that gender is a social construct, and that being in that way, an individual's body might not align with their mental states, but that there is one gendered soul and a gendered body, and they're not aligning properly. I don't think that's what most advocates of transgenderism are arguing. When you look at someone like Judith Butler, the way in which she's arguing is very specifically from a kind of phenomenalist metaphysic, really. Like a phenomenology is very, very heavily involved within our metaphysics, such that, you know, a woman is made, not born. She sort of runs with that, and says specifically that even our understanding of sort of sexual dimorphism and social cultural convention is based upon a judgment of the appearances. And you can appeal to materiality, but you're just appealing to another form of appearances, because we're post-Kantian at this point. And I think that unless you're willing to engage with post-Kantian philosophy and understand they're actually coming at this from a massively different ideological way, a metaphysical way, then you'll not actually be able to communicate with them.
Or in the wrong body. Well, where do you get the wrongness from? Where does the sort of this idea of not having a proper proportionality come from?
Well,
it would seem
this is largely tied to questions of authenticity. Are you able to correctly author your actions in relation to the system, and then like are there impedances for our authenticity? So like this is really tied to you know, the philosophy of people like from Nietzsche to Foucault, and Nietzsche, Foucault, Derrida, Beauvoir, Judith Butler. There's loads of people actually involved. Like it's like so many French people like.
To be this kind of underlying dualism, which is where the proper proportionality comes in, is that the sort of the gendered self, which is distinct from the body, is not properly proportional to the gender of the body.
I don't think they're arguing for a form of dualism necessarily. I think that what they're saying is that there is almost a private component to gender, and there is a public component to gender, and they aren't aligning. I think that's really what's being expressed.
And so that's how you get this idea that I am really a woman, but I was born in a man's body. I'm in a wrong body because myself is something that's gendered, and it's distinct from my body, which is gendered. So it is this strong kind of dualism.
Well, no, I don't think so.
Which I think is not only wrong in its own right and can be argued against very extensively, but there's also no telling what kind of ethical implications that these metaphysical underpinnings can entail. And I think we are seeing a lot of the consequences of that just unfolding today with how many people are regretting transitioning, and all of the mental problems that are associated with being transgender and with transitioning and whatnot. And I think that actually indicates the reverse of the position, which is their position is that something, let's say a man was born in the wrong body or a woman was born in the wrong body, and so the defect that is present there is a physical defect, right? It's a defect of the body. It's the wrong body. So the self.
I don't think that they're seeing it as a physical defect of the body. They're going to make it about recognition and psychological comfort. So they're not going to say that it's a defect necessarily. They're going to say it's dysmorphia, which is tied to the body, but isn't exclusively done by the body, but that the defect is probably going to exist in socio-political norms and considerations of representation. That tied to, and then you get like loads of like gender abolitionist movements and stuff like that. This isn't gay stuff. This is transgender stuff.
Distinct from the body is properly gendered. That is the gender which is essential to the true self, which is somehow.
No, it's not bad, Jay. It's not a bad video. I'm just like it's just like I don't know, man. Like I'm a continental, so I'm very very. I'm not like super genned up on the sort of post-structuralist stances, but probably more than your traditional classical theist.
Disembodied, or not disembodied, but improperly embodied. And so the defect there is a physical defect. But I think it's actually the complete opposite. If we take a look at a sort of hylomorphic conception of the human person, where the human person is a composite of matter and form, the result of the composition of matter and form is, in this case, it's a living body. So what you are is a living body with a specific nature and properties that flow from that nature. And one of the properties that flow from the nature of the composite substance is sex, right? Because the essence of man is rational animal.
How to meet Asian women online.
And an animal is
I should have let that play.
Something that is intrinsically sexed. Now, the reason that there can be multiple sexes is because
the thing is, it must be targeted like his audience, man.
A part of the sexed nature of an animal is being in.
Well, like in terms of I'm actually like in. So the thing is, I think this tells you a lot about like okay, so I'm getting ads like that. Yeah, sure. To be fair, I'm in incognito mode and using a VPN. So that ad, I might be because I'm from London. I'm saying I'm from London, so probably thinks I'm Asian, right? So, but I think that ad probably like, and I know how ads work on YouTube. Like you can specifically target certain videos. So let's say I'm doing an ad campaign because I was going to do an ad campaign for me like course at one point. The way ad campaigns work on YouTube is you target like certain like maybe key demographics and stuff like that. So like but like and sort of viewership. So it'll either be indicating who's watching this video is likely to be the sort of people that they would target for essentially find Asian women online, which I kind of believe that the kind of red pill Catholic kind of people are probably like, find Asian women online. Like, they're typically more submissive. So, yeah, trad cats will definitely get, but like, I think, but I think it might even just like, it could be specifically targeting the channel as well. Like they might, depends upon like a load of different stuff.
Indifferent to which sex it is, right? So, sex isn't properly said to be something which is essential, but it does flow from the essence insofar as animality is essentially sexed. But again, like I said, is indifferent to which sex it is, which
we'll
is
have to argue for a specific metaphysics. That's the whole point, and you're going to be arguing for a structuralist metaphysics necessarily. That's maybe a kind of direct acquaintance in terms of epistemology, and even in terms of metaphysics, you may be arguing for a kind of realism rather than what I think many people on the opposite side will be arguing for, a kind of anti-realism, post-structuralism. In terms of metaphysics, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of the realism either. I'm an idealist, so sort of in between. No waifu, no lifu. Some trad cat philosopher. Nah, realism's not correct.
Which is why we
Hegelian absolute idealism. That's where it's at, man. Absolute idealism.
have different sexes. Now, if we have this hylomorphic model where we have a human being, which is a unified substance, which is a living body, then the misapprehension of one's
realism, it depends on how you understand realism, obviously, Maximo, depending upon like, what do you mean by real? Like, if you're saying real versus ideal, like, obviously I'm going to argue that idealism is real, such that when we say, like, if it's a tautology, like, what is real, but, you know, like, when we're talking about how to interpret the metaphysical structure of reality such that it is, you know, reducible to X, Y, or Z, what are the arguments you give for that? There are variations of realism, there are variations of idealism, and the one I would adopt would be Hegelian absolute idealism.
Sex or or gender, or the sort of dysphoria that comes along with reflecting on one's sex or gender.
I think that it's certainly compatible, Maximo, but like it depends upon the interpretation.
Shows that what is happening is not a defect in the body, but it is rather a defect in the mind, insofar as the mind is not properly conforming itself to what the substance is. Or in other words, if a human being represents itself or sees itself as being other than what it is, then that simply means that the mind is not conformed to the proper image of the body. It's not conformed to the proper image of itself. And so it is literally, it's a literal disorder in the sense that the mind is not properly ordered to the being of the person. And so it is not a physical...
I think that this makes the mind subject to the ordering of the body, where I don't think that that's how it works. I don't even think metaphysics works that way, such that the psychology of the individual, the subjectivity of the individual must conform itself to the objectivity of the body. I think that implies a kind of metaphysics which I think is untenable.
Disorder, insofar as the body is disordered in proportion to the mind. But it would be, in the technical sense, a mental disorder, and I know that term is very loaded, but I'm saying it in a very philosophical, technical sense, because the mind is not properly ordered to the being of the body, and is not properly conformed to it. Because to be a disorder is just to not be properly ordered. That's what disorder means. So dysfunction is improper function. It's to not properly function. And again, this goes back to the ethical implications of these metaphysical views. Whereas on the hylomorphic view, if we are a unified substance in which it is the case where gender dysphoria consists in the misconformity of the mind to the human person, to the human being, then what would help that person, the treatment for that negative feeling, that dysphoria, would be to help one psychologically properly conform themselves to the being that they actually are. And on the sort of strong, more dualistic view, which
I mean, this is very much assuming that their being they actually are is defined merely through physicality. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a point to be made there, Crawl the Wall, in the sense that I think that I would say the fundamental tenets of reality are bound to experience, rather than just sort of a sort of objectivity, sort of abstract objectivity. But it like obviously you would have to flesh something like this out more clearly.
Talked about earlier, it wouldn't be that solution, because under that view, it would be a physical defect, as I said. And so the solution under that strong dualistic view would be to conform that body to what is to the mind, which is what is properly gendered. And that's exactly why you see transitioning. That's why transitioning is a thing, is because underlying the ideology is that the gender dysphoria consists in a physical defect. And so the way to solve that is to properly conform the physical to the mental. Whereas under a sort of hylomorphic view, which I think is obviously...
Well, I mean, that's not exactly what actually goes on, because they don't necessarily physically like they don't try to necessarily go all the way. Like, people go and they take certain surgeries to the point in which they don't feel dysphoric anymore, depending upon whether it's actually a viable option for that individual terms of like actually helping. And I think some people are being pushed to accept treatment or being pushed into treatment which is not tenable, and therapy would be more valuable. So I'm not taking like one way or the other, where it's like, oh, we should, give it everyone who that demonstrates these symptoms, or we shouldn't give it to anyone. But I think that what we'll see is that some people who are transgender take certain surgeries, overcome the dysphoria because of a form of recognition is met, conditions of recognition are met, and that's them treated, not necessarily cured from the dysphoria, but treated. And that's not to say that it's a physical, like their body's not aligning, because it's not about their body aligning. Like they might have specifically male, like genitalia or something still, yet still align with being recognized as a woman, essentially, in their life. So the dysphoria might go away despite them not necessarily going like the whole 9 yards in terms of physical conformity, as you will, which I think evidences the fact that it's not a belief that the physicality is the disorder, but rather that that they are being improperly judged by a social sphere.
Very defensible on its own. It would be the opposite. It would be to have the mind be properly conformed to the body, which is the substance of the being.
100% Shadow. I do think there is a worry about, let's say, especially medical organizations which would profit from these procedures pushing people into them. And I think we do have to be wary of the sort of vested interests, right?
And so that's just a very clear example where we can see possible ethical implications of these underlying metaphysical views. And so I think it is very important in transgender debates to not just talk about the science and the biology, which is basically what all contemporary political commentators do. They all just talk about this study and this science and that. Where I think it's really important to actually dig at this at a philosophical level, and to actually look at the natural philosophical and metaphysical underpinnings of these views and what they actually entail.
I mean, I disagree, but I don't think that he's doing that, unfortunately.
And so I can't really think of anything else right now. So I guess that'll be the end of my rambling. I've probably said things that are very easily debunked because it's just off the top of my head, basically just ramble.
That's fair enough. The man's being humble. How can you say he's done something wrong? Okay, I appreciate that. Humility is always a virtue, man. Okay. Does anyone want to call in? To welcome, I do accept call-ins as well. If anyone wants to call in, have a discussion or anything like that. Or I could continue reviewing videos. I don't believe you're conscious, Orgate, let's be honest. I do your suggestion. What was your suggestion, Shadow? Pinky promise. Pinky promises are ontologically committed. You might need to send it again. Have a look. Man, like, how have I became like a religious channel overnight? I need to react to some vegan content. Someone needs to send me some like vegan content like immediately. Cause like I'm not just turning into a gay sex channel, guys. Like I'm not like I am my brand is not just gay sex apologetics. Like I'm sorry. I know that you just want that, right? But like it's not. Like I can't. Yes, a vegan video, something other than the gay sex arc. Like, otherwise I'm gonna have to change my name on Twitter to like Perspective Philosophy Gay Sex Arc, and I don't think anyone really wants this. Like, even Arakoda, when you say do some PS, like, because of the position we're in anymore, I'm not even sure what that entails. Do you mean you want us to watch the video, or is this a homosexual proposition? Who knows anymore? Nah, you know. Posted a vegan video that you saw recently. Vegan diets don't work. Yeah, that's why. This is gonna be good. Oh.
In 1894, a dentist was on a mission to solve a mystery that puzzled professionals for a while. Why were people's teeth becoming so crooked? Dr. Weston A. Price set off on a 10-year journey, traveling to 14 different countries in search of people who naturally had excellent teeth. He discovered something strange. How could crooked teeth be genetic when several parents with perfectly straight teeth had one child with very crooked teeth, but another child with straight teeth? Also, having straight teeth seemed to generally mean that the rest...
Because that's not how genetics work. Like, you can have a guy, like me and my brother, right? Like even like siblings, man, they can have like different eye color, they can have like different teeth and stuff. Like, that's not necessarily how that works. If it was a twin study, then you might be able to say that there's a like primarily non-genetic component. You can't just go like siblings, like...
of the face was more attractive. So what made the difference? We'll get to that soon, but interest in plant-based diets has exploded recently.
Meat sales fell by 184 million quid. This is
yes
due to the rise in veganism.
With the number of American vegans and vegetarians going from 2.6 million in 1994 to 19.8 million in 2020.
Starting today, ready or not, you are a vegan. Vegan Fridays.
Veganuary. I'm vegan now.
Reduce red meat specifically. Yes.
But will cutting animal foods out of our diet really improve health?
A plant-based burger for you?
You really have to focus on the plant-based diet.
I mean, veganism is a ethical movement, not a health movement anyway. I just want to point that out, right? But also, like, so for example, I drink and I eat bad food, right? I'm confident I am shortening my lifespan.
In Brooklyn, we will be instituting Meatless Monday.
Plant-based at Bellevue Hospital.
But if eating zero...
But let's be honest, like, the evidence for the harm of meat, dairy, and eggs is overwhelming.
Animal foods improves health so much. Why would a 2016 study find that 84% of...
Because people who go plant-based and do it for trends, use it to cover eating disorders, all of that, describe themselves as vegan.
Vegans eventually quit their diet.
The actor is vegan.
As the social pressure and no real motivation to stay and go vegan. It's usually done for aesthetics.
For almost 4 years, but started feeling lethargic in February.
You were a vegan for a while, right?
Yeah, a couple of years.
When did you stop doing that?
No, not too long ago.
Was vegan for a very long time.
Oh, come on, right? Look at the stories these people give. Like this lass said the reason she's not vegan anymore is because she was hit in the head as a child because our father was recklessly driving and smacked her against a tree, right? And then she said that in order to combat this, she has to eat salmon. Like the Mike Tyson. Are we real? The man said he could fight a bear, right? Like, come on, man. Like, who would you like?
I mean, I've had to introduce fish.
Even vegan influencers weren't able to make it work.
Okay, no, like these are raw influencers, right? Like, so like these are actually idiots, right? These are people who are like, I'm actually starving myself for views. Come along for the ride. Like, you know.
Me and my family have struggled with health on a vegan diet.
I am no longer following a vegan diet.
I found it very difficult to...
Oh, fucking cosmic skeptic. Oh.
to maintain.
If you even cosmic, like, look, how many of these people actually went to doctors? How many of these people actually try to resolve these issues? Have you heard the stories they give? I've watched most of the videos of why I'm not a vegan, and honestly, it's the most painful experience of your life. Like, one of them's not a vegan because there's mold in Hawaii that they're allergic to, and apparently animal foods cure it. Like some of them are on vegan because Tim Sheaf was like, veganism's too sharp, too complex, and went to drinking urine. Like, who are the people that are making these videos? Cosmic Skeptic, right, basically said that there was no way to understand health, and at the same time basically argued that it's about convenience and getting pasta when you're at the Vatican. So, like, I actually have a video if anyone's interested on Cosmic Skeptic no longer vegan. Like, Cosmic Skeptic's, like, full of shit, really. So, like, figuratively and literally, if you had to believe him. So, like, the way that we need to understand this is not just, why are these vegan influencers no longer vegan? It's like, one, why did they go vegan in the first place? Like, Cosmic Skeptic, I called him out when he went vegan. I said, I made a video saying, this guy is going vegan for the wrong reasons. Right? You know, like, I remember saying that. It was just, like, I'm like, this guy's philosophy, he's a moral anti-realist. There's no reason for him to stay vegan. He has no real motivation. He's just going to do it for convenience, and then he's going to switch back. And then what happened? That happened. You know, John Venus, it's very similar. He's trying to form views. The guy is very, very much, like, not involved in terms of, he's living with his parents. His girlfriend's parents are hunters, and so he started living with his girlfriend's family who are hunters, right? And he chose convenience. I have a video of him going non-vegan, and you can actually check that out as well. Like, and the excuses that he made, like they're all, for the most part, like they're not exactly like truly committed to the movement. These aren't people who actually even tried or even reached out to the vegan community. And they're supposed to be these massive vegan influencers. This guy is saying that it's the fucking next Holocaust, right? Or, like, you know, so he's saying, like, oh, you know, we're perpetuating an animal Holocaust here. And then he's like, but what if I want to get pasta at the Vatican? Like, so, like, let's not, like, give the, like, too much benefit of the doubt, since they contradict themselves, they contravene. The way in which they engage is just awful. I go months without even thinking about it as well, Olgate. It's actually so easy. It's so
healthy plant-based diet.
I'm not vegan anymore.
In this video, I'd like to
Bonnie fucking Rebecca
tell you the story behind why I think plant-based is not the best direction to head in. We'll have to look at the rest of this puzzle in straight teeth, the specific consequences of removing animal foods from the diet, the story on why humans may be getting weaker, not stronger, and our rocky history of trying to create brand new fake foods.
You don't have to eat any of the substitute foods if you don't want to. Like, you don't. Like, beans, lentils, legumes, right? Like, come on, man.
She wants advice on how to produce a healthy baby and make sure that it will have good teeth.
And the American and British Dietetics Association say it's healthy for all stages of life, but I bet this guy knows better.
Anthropologist Daniel Lieberman explains in his book The Evolution of the Human Head that jaws and faces do not grow to the same size that they used to. For a very long time, it was...
In general, the fact that, like, there's a guy who, I can't remember his name now. I can't remember who he coined the term croctivore. He says, we are beings who eat cooked food. The foods that we eat are getting softer and softer, and so our need for essentially more defined and like heavy jaw muscles is essentially lacking. But I don't know how the human jaw's getting smaller and smaller when we're eating more and more meat. Like, the truth is, even though people are eating less meat in the contemporary era, the actual global demand for meat is skyrocketed. In the last 100 years, until Bernard Matthews, like, meat was incredibly expensive. People were completely alienated from meat. It was a luxury, not an everyday essential. So this isn't how it works. You can't just go, oh, our jaws are getting smaller because we're eating less meat. Our jaws are getting smaller because we're eating softer foods, processed foods.
It was the norm for humans to have large skulls and quite broad mouths. When the dental arch is too small, there's not enough room for the teeth to come in, so they crowd together and become crooked.
The teeth are forming in the baby's jaw long before it is born.
Based on studies from 2009 to 2019, the prevalence of children developing crooked teeth today is 53%.
I'm just wondering how the fuck, like, if our jaws, as he's already shown, are forming in the womb. Is he saying that fetuses aren't consuming enough meat? I'm just wondering how.
In America, 56% worldwide, and 72% in Europe. So the question becomes, why would the dental arch grow big enough for this brother, but not for this brother? That's where
Muchads versus straw cells.
Weston Price comes in. Totally new processed foodstuffs like refined grains, sugar, and vegetable oil.
Like, the thing is, it's like, I don't know how you can turn this on vegans when it's like a mass amount of this food, of these processed foods are meat. Like they're just very soft meat, man.
We're spreading. And these people living in remote areas were...
It's like, clearly it's the grains. It's like, look, man, like, actually, like, if you eat raw, like, not just raw vegetables, but if you eat vegetables, like, vegetables are really difficult to chew. It's like, look at fructivorous and herbivorous animals. Some of them have incredibly defined jaw structures. You can't just say, we're not eating enough meat.
Finally getting access to them. He found
we've been eating grains for over 10,000 years, but apparently it's grains, man. Like, you know what I hate about this as well? Like, there's a much clearer connection there with a rising industrial food complex, which is perpetuating more and more meat, by the way, like Bernard Matthews, industrial farming, which led to a skyrocket of dairy products. Dairy's so soft, right? You eat delicious soft dairy. It's just like squishes in your mouth, man, or it literally melts in your mouth. But it's fucking grains that's the problem.
Pattern. Those living on their traditional diet were in good health, had broad dental arches, straight teeth, and very few cavities. However, other
Soylent is turning our jaws into jello, as opposed to my very healthy diet of high-calorie, low-chew foods. Yes.
Groups in the same area who started eating these new modern foods developed crooked teeth and had 5 to more than 30 times the cavities of their counterparts, despite sharing similar genetics.
I don't know how we can, like rural China, like the whole thing of the China study was that rural China basically doesn't eat meat. And so, like, if we're looking at, like, indigenous populations who are eating more and more meat as industrialization is essentially allowing them to have access to these foods, because otherwise they wouldn't have had year-round access to these foods. And then we're blaming the not meat.
Dr. Price wasn't just saying that sugar, processed grains, or vegetable fats were evil, but that they were displacing far more nutritious foods. The more modern foods people ate, the less room in their stomach for a highly nutritious traditional diet. Across all the groups he studied, the foods they prized most were nutrient-dense animal foods.
Fresh liver was a delicacy.
From the people of the outer...
They prized it the most because it's the most scarce and the hardest to come by. It's not because it's nutrient dense. It's not because it's high calorie. It's because it's fancy. That's why Epicurus in ancient Greece had the expression, you have to eat, but you don't have to eat fish, because fish was considered fancy. And this is in Athens, and they primarily fished when it came to the production of, like, animal products. So, like, even Aristotle says most people are fed by the land. Most people are fed by arable farming. Like, delicacy means luxurious. That's it. Like, that's exactly it, Orgit. It's nonsense. Even the English language, when we look at how the English language is structured, why do we have different words for different animal products versus the animal? Well, the animal is the derivative from the words from the animal is from the Germanic, from the Saxon, right? Cows, chickens, and pigs. And they're the people who work with the animals and essentially the peasant class. When in 1066 we were invaded by the Normans who spoke French and they became the aristocrats. And so the French root words became part of our language, represents 20% of our language. And the ways in which we refer to these animal products and not the animals is in reference to the people who are talking about the products. So when they would reference the products, they'd reference the animal. And that was things like boff for beef. right? Beef comes from the French boeuf, which means cow, right? But it's from the French because the people who could afford beef, the meat, would refer to the animal in French. The people who worked with the animals, the people who actually engaged with the animals on a day-to-day basis, would call them cows because they were poor Saxons. So like it's not like it's not this whole like, oh, people used to eat loads of animal products. People throughout human history have primarily ate plant-based.
Water Hebrides who ate cod,
plant-based, a primarily plant-based diet.
Heads and livers, or the people of New Guinea who ate dugongs, or the people of the Andean Sierras who ate llamas and alpacas. Wherever he went, he found that these groups eating a traditional diet always prized some form of marine or animal foods.
Eggs, cheese, and butter also contain the vitamins needed for good teeth and bones.
Oh dear Lord, like the whole calcium from milk thing is just so overly done. Like, actually, it's not the best. Like, what we can see is higher fracture rates in relation to the dairy intake. There's issues in terms of galactose. There's issues in terms of cholesterol and heart disease. So even if your teeth were better with dairy, which they're not, by the way, they're probably the soft foods that are leading us to essentially not have strong charred jaws. They're essentially going to give you a heart attack. So, like, yeah, your teeth might be straight. Yeah, but you're going to be fucking straight to your grave, mate. Like,
orange juice and cod liver oil are also very important for the expectant mother.
Weston Price noted that these foods were particularly high in the vitamins A, D, and K2. He wrote that
so you can get vitamin A, D, and K2 on a plant-based diet. Specifically K1, like, as you can get K1 from leafy greens, and then you can from green vegetables, and you can essentially process onwards. You can also get that from things like scallions, like spring onions. With vitamin D, you primarily get that from the sun, but you're welcome to take a vitamin D supplement, either a vitamin D2 or a D3 supplement. You get the plant-based ones now, no problem. Mushrooms, so you can even sun your mushrooms and stuff like that. That helps. You can get vitamin A from sweet potatoes and carrots, and if you want to increase the absorption of that, then I suggest eating it with fat. So have something like carrots and hummus, or like sweet potato chili with guacamole or something like that. It's not something that, like, I've never yet been deficient in. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I eat such a shit diet, and I'm not deficient in anything, man.
Traditional diets commonly provided 10 times the A, D, and K2 of modern diets. Research later confirmed that, of course, along with things like protein and calcium, these three vitamins indeed work together to transport minerals to support the proper formation of the bones.
That's very true. Vitamin K2, vitamin D, and vitamin A are actually useful for bone development, and you can get them on a plant-based diet. You can see, like, look, would see high fracture rates in people from, let's say, Okinawa, who eat a massively plant-based diet, who have for generations, but they eat things like seaweed in order to make the difference. So, it just, don't be an idiot when you eat, really. Like, that would be, and you can always supplement in contemporary society, in which most people have to do for vitamin D, because our like, at least in the United Kingdom, because there is no sun here.
And of course, your facial structure, which includes the dental arch, depends on proper development of your facial bones.
Milk is the most important food of all, and builds
fucking hell, that's just propaganda at that point.
Strong bones and teeth.
Dr. Price noted full-fat dairy.
We see the exact opposite relation between milk consumption and fracture rates, though. So I'm just wondering how we're fucking managing to pull this one out. Like,
as one of the traditional foods that these people considered valuable. So it's interesting to observe that
I don't know how this guy has went round the world and he's like, oh, look, these societies are eating predominantly dairy and meat. Like, where are you going to find societies that are predominantly eating dairy and meat?
Dutch are competing with Montenegrins.
Yeah, the Dutch are very tall, and it very, very well might be because of their dairy intake. But also, the Dutch like tall women. So the Dutchmen specifically breed taller people. The women want tall men, and the men, unlike a lot of countries, want the tallest woman possible. So, like, there is the, and even then we can say like, okay, dairy's having an impact, but in terms of dairy intake, it's not that much radically higher than the rest of Europe.
For the tallest people in the world title, and they happen to be second and third on the list for the most.
Yeah, and let's not even mention the fact that how this relates to cancer risk. The Dutch are I think the Dutch have the highest rates of some cancers in Europe. So is PP being racist about the Dutch? Absolutely, I'm racist against the Dutch. 100%. You've got to be racist against the Dutch. What are you talking? No, I'm only joking. Like, no, the Dutch, like the Dutch are funny people though. Like that, like. I like the Dutch, but that they are like it's because of the Calvinist history and stuff. They'll just tell you you're ugly to your face, man. That's the Dutch. They'll be like your hair's shit. Like, but they won't say it like shit. They'll be like, you've had a haircut. You look better with your old haircut. Like that's the like I love the Dutch. Like, but the like I'm Dutch. Well, you know it's true.
Milk consumed per capita in the world. A study of 105 countries in the Journal of Economics and Human Biology noted that animal food, particularly dairy, most correlated with increases in height.
Take all the core parts of meat, the amino acids, the lipids, trace minerals, the vitamins, combine those with water. If we can do that, that's meat to me.
So why would it be hard to replace animal-derived vitamins with ones from plants? Well, I recently interviewed Giovanna Mendoza, who essentially made a career based around her vegan lifestyle.
Vegan meal prep, eat vegan. About the vegan lifestyle.
When she had health issues, she tried her best to solve them.
Look at the plate of food she's eating, man. It's raw. There's a raw health influencer, man. You can't give these people the fucking time of day.
While staying on the diet, using all kinds of supplements and troubleshooting strategies, but she eventually had to prioritize her health and quit the diet after 6 years, even though she had every motivation to keep being vegan.
Like, I don't know why she couldn't just fucking eat some, like a fucking chili or some shit, right? They never eat anything reasonable, man. You're 5'7" and you're Dutch, man. You're tiny over there. You're tiny over there. Like, I'm sorry, but like, I feel kind of small over there, man. I'm 6 foot. I'm like over there, and I'm like, am I average height? Am I a little bit below average height?
I spent like the last 2 years kind of trying to figure out how to make it work for me because my blood tests were always like a little bit low. I would go anywhere with like a big bag of supplements. My hormones were not great. I felt a lot of like a foggy mind. I felt that a lot. I don't feel that anymore.
Giovanna's case is just a peek at how complex it can be to replace animal foods in your diet. To understand this, let's start by taking a look at these 3 vitamins Dr.
Sweet potatoes, right? Mushrooms, dark leafy greens. Right, and then if you want, you can supplement. You can supplement vitamin A, D, and vitamin K2. And we recommend supplements for vitamin D, largely anyway, because they are effective and they help prevent deficiencies. Vitamin K2, you can get that from allium, man. Like, you can get like vitamin K1 and pretty strong vitamin K from allium, to the point in which if you have things like garlic, it can disrupt your blood tests when you're on warfarin. So we know that it can absorb. That you can absorb vitamin K. So you can get K2 from things like kale, you can get it from things like garlic, you can get it from I thought it was K1 from kale. You can get it from sauerkraut, you can get it from natto, you can get it from like various like fermented vegan products. You can get vitamin K1. Like, I've never had a vitamin K problem. I don't know anyone who's ever had a vitamin K problem on a vegan diet. I've been vegan now for like 8 years. And I've never had a problem, man.
Weston Price was focused on. Take vitamin A, for example. You might think the average vegan has way more vitamin A because it comes from vegetables like...
No, we'll have vegetables, so vitamin A. There's 2 forms of vitamin A. There's pre-vitamin A, such as beta-carotene, and then there's vitamin A that you would get from animal foods. Now, vitamin A is fat soluble. It's a fat soluble vitamin, and it's something that's essential for health. You can't overdo it and underdo it. So not enough vitamin A is bad for you, right? Like essentially you'll have issues with I think it's your eyesight, your eyes, and your bones and stuff like that, your hair growth, things like that, right? And then but you can basically get that from like sweet potatoes, carrots. There's like loads of different plant-based foods that have it in, and you can increase the absorption with fatty foods, right? And if you really want, you could even supplement. I don't think you need to, but whatever. Now, animal foods, they do contain vitamin A, but because the form of vitamin A, see, if I eat pre-vitamin A, that's beta carotene, and let's say I have too much vitamin A, or I have enough vitamin A, I essentially urinate out that beta carotene, right? Like, there's no problem there. But if you eat vitamin A and you, like from animal foods, it's already in its lipid form, basically, and so you can't urinate that out. It's fat soluble. You will increasingly become toxic. So if you're constantly eating animal foods, especially foods like liver, you could easily put yourself into vitamin A toxicity.
Carrots or sweet potatoes. But that's not vitamin A, that's beta carotene, and that has to be converted into vitamin A, and the conversion rate is very poor, about 12-1. Actually, it's closer to 21-1 because the fiber in plants makes it harder to absorb. Not only that, the more you eat, the worse the conversion.
The amount in plant foods is way higher than animal foods, though. When you're looking at, even if you take the conversion into account of things like vitamin A, the actual amount of vitamin A in something like beta carotene in a carrot is insane. Like in a sweet potatoes, it's insane. So it's a different form of vitamin A, but there's a lot more of it.
Conversion rate becomes. Further, depending on your genes, your conversion rate could be even lower. This is the case for me, and for potentially as many as...
Yeah, in which case you could actually just supplement if you wanted to as well. And like, as I think Endo said in chat, like, you know, let's say you were actually pushed to the point in which you could not sustain a vegan diet for whatever reason you can't supplement, which I think is nonsense. But let's say you couldn't, and you had to eat animal products, you would just eat bivalves. You would at least eat you would lower the moral hazard at the point you're eating the animal which is least likely to be sentient and suffer.
37% of people of European descent. Actual vitamin A only comes from animal foods or synthetic supplements. And a 2021 study found vegan Finnish children to have insufficient vitamin A. And a 2020 German study found vegans to have a lower vitamin A level than omnivores.
Vitamin D. Vitamin D.
Vitamin. But just having so one study said that the deficient, like, one, I have to see the study and actually be able to evaluate, like, you know, what are they eating? Are we controlling, like, what's going on here? And the other study showed they have a lower vitamin A. Yeah, sure, but if they're converting at a good rate, then that it being lower might actually be healthier because of vitamin A toxicity. It's like vegans will have a lower iron rate in the blood, but it'll be better for them because heme iron is increasing oxidation and oxidative stress and causing problems. So like that, you know, non-vegans typically have too much iron of a specific kind in their bloodstream. So like these, like, it's like, okay, sure. Like, so what?
Vitamin D plays. Vitamin D plays an important role in staying healthy.
Vitamin D is only found in animal foods, with some exceptions like...
Vitamin D is produced by your skin in direct contact with the sun, right? You get vitamin D. You get vitamin D when you go outside and you play with your children in the park, right? Like, that's the, like, and you absorb a lot of it through your eyes, right? Like, I think it's through your eyes, isn't it? And like, and with your skin, it's a chemical reaction that happens on your skin, and it takes about 20 minutes to absorb after direct contact with the sun. So it's like, actually, the majority of you, especially if you're white, I mean, the darker skin color you have, the harder it's going to be for you to get vitamin D, and in which case you're probably going to need a supplement anyway if you're in a northern country. And yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure that I've seen studies like that as well, which showed that vitamin D is not lower in vegans. I've seen ones that show that vitamin D is even higher, especially vegans that supplement.
Mushrooms and some algae. Some people can simply get enough vitamin D from the sun, but if you live at latitudes above 37 degrees, your skin barely makes any vitamin D from the sun, except for in summer.
Here are the spoons for your cod liver oil, Joan. It's extra sunshine for us in winter and spring.
And a 2016 Finnish study found vegans' level of vitamin D to be 34% lower than omnivores.
I'm gonna have to check that out, man. I don't believe it. I've been vegan for I live in North England. I've been vegan for 8 years. My vitamin D is not below. I'm not deficient in vitamin D and it's not low. So, and yeah, lower doesn't mean deficient. Like, we would expect it to be lower if you're having essentially the most you're having essentially very available animal forms of vitamin D. That doesn't necessarily mean deficient or harmful though, right?
Next, unless you're eating fermented foods, you'll only find vitamin K2 in animal foods. The richest sources of K2 are going to be animal livers, especially goose liver, egg yolks, hard cheese, and full-fat dairy. Unfortunately, New York City made it illegal for schools to serve whole milk in 2006. The fermented soybean dish natto.
You know, because people are essentially dying from obesity and it's tied to dairy products.
Does in fact have a ton of K2, and sauerkraut has some too. Vitamin K2 helps put calcium into the right places like your bones, and it keeps it out of your heart, which is thought to be one reason why higher vitamin K2 intake strongly correlated with reduced risk of heart disease.
It thins your blood. But you know what's really correlated with reduced risk of heart disease? Right? Not eating animal fat, right? Not eating cholesterol, unsaturated fat, not eating heme iron, and essentially not eating the shit that's causing heart disease.
Speaking of all these nutrients good for the skeleton, a 2021 Polish study found
there was a study that showed that if you were to swap out any form of plant fat for animal fat, and that includes palm oil and coconut oil, which is massively high in saturated fat, you still outperform any animal fat in terms of its cardiovascular effects.
On vegan children to have weaker bones and were 3 centimeters shorter than their meat-eating counterparts. A British study and a Dutch study also found vegan children to be shorter.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm willing to bet that they probably are, but there's issues with growth hormone and risk of cancer and risk of various other diseases. It's like, yeah, like, I mean, I think that when we're talking about in general, like, I think I can live with my child growing 3 centimeters shorter and not murdering anyone. Like, I think that's really all right.
Other nutrients like high quality protein and calcium are also factors in height. And vegans have to be extra careful to get enough of both of these. Weston Price wrote in his 1939 book, Nutrition and Physical Degeneration.
I like how we've had to go back to 1939 to find science that would actually support this. Really.
As yet, I have not found a single group of people who are building and maintaining an excellent body by living entirely on plant foods.
Like, nowhere lives entirely on plant foods. That's not the point. Like, you can find, like, the people who live the longest were eating primarily plant foods. If we look at the blue zones.
Even Gandhi tried his hardest to be vegan, but eventually acknowledged that he at the very least needed to include dairy in his diet to prevent his health from deteriorating. But that was decades ago, and since the arrival of the B12 supplement in 1947, people can now rely on supplements. There's nothing stopping high-tech foods like Beyond Meat from fortifying their product with nutrients that can be difficult for vegans to get enough of. Things like B12, iron, zinc, selenium, iodine, calcium, omega-3.
Well, the blue zones aren't studied, but we can see that even, let's say, like the studies on like Okinawans show that their diets are primarily plant-based, and they're outperforming. Or you could see the Adventist vegans in the United States.
And vitamins A and D.
The Adventist studies.
Why can't we just look up all the components of meat and make a meat replacement? Well, let's start with B12, as this component is near impossible to get just from whole plant foods.
So you're eating a
B12 is essentially a microorganism. It's nothing to do with meat itself. It's actually that ruminants, they have to fortify the animal-based foods with synthetic B12 because ruminants aren't eating the correct foods to produce B12 for themselves.
Vegan diet. You are going to need to get vitamin B12 as a supplement.
You ought to take a B12 supplement.
You need to take a B12 supplement.
Most vegans know they need to supplement B12, which is very important for brain function. Yet, one study looking at B12 status in vegetarians and vegans found that 7% of vegetarians and 52% of vegans were not getting enough B12. However, in
When was this study?
another study with a more sensitive testing method, they found a whopping 77% of vegetarians and 92% of vegans had insufficient B12, whereas only 11% of omnivores did.
And this is quite common actually with vitamin B12 deficiencies, that they will misdiagnose depression.
Because the doctors were just pushing antidepressants on me.
B12 deficiency causes guilt.
Perhaps the B12 supplements don't
Did they just use house?
work exactly like animal foods do. Also, it can take years to deplete the body's B12 stores, so people can be lacking B12 for a while without realizing it.
75% of vegans are said to be deficient of B12.
And pregnancy increases the B12 requirement of the mother.
If you are really worried about B12, you can go and get B12 injected straight into your fucking bloodstream, man. Like,
almost 3 times.
Like, no problem. Bypass absorption issues, and you can get it straight into your fucking blood, man. And you'll just urinate the excess out. So.
Times.
Your symptoms started when you were actually in labour and you started to get these pins and needles, and after the labour finished, it didn't go away.
When the mother is deficient in B12, the baby can suffer from stunted growth, loss of neuromotor skills, and permanent neuropsychiatric conditions.
It's all right, Shadow. It gives us something to react to. I don't think it's fine. Like, you gotta not just one side, right?
Psychologist Kimberly Wilson says that there are over 40 case reports of babies being hospitalized for severe B12 deficiency after being breastfed by vegetarian or vegan mothers. In 2 specific cases, one where the mother was taking a prenatal supplement and another where the mother had no symptoms of B12 deficiency. Despite this, the babies still had neurological issues indicating severe B12 deficiency. This highlights the need to double-check B12 status.
Patient can go in there with symptoms of anemia, shortness of breath, palpitations.
How many vegan babies are there?
Fatigue, brain fog, etc. B12 levels are in the normal range. What the patient should ask for is active B12.
This isn't
I mean, there is a kind of point about active versus like sort of passive B12 levels, right? Like there is actually.
Say it's impossible to get enough B12 from supplements. Perhaps some people simply need to take more of them, or a different type. A B12 supplement might not work quite the same as animal-derived B12, but another possibility is the vegan diet has impaired digestion.
Poor digestion.
Hurting my stomach bloating. Bloated a lot.
Vegans have superior digestion. Like, if you're eating a healthy plant-based diet, like you can have easily superior digestion because we're eating foods that are high in you even see this, like, so for example, like on studies about fecal matter related to populations that consume more plant-based products than animal-based products, like size and frequency of sort of going to the bathroom. You can see this in terms of the amount of fiber that you consume, and you can see this in the amount of now, like, don't get me wrong, like, is it possible that people are sensitive to fiber and have problems with it? Yes. Certain people have things that they struggle to eat in general in terms of fermentables that they need to resolve, and will have issues with people having bacterial overgrowths in their gut, which can be worsened by the consumption of meat as well. But the thing is that because they attribute the correlation with the causation, right? They eat a plant-based food with its high fiber, and they attribute that problem to the fiber, when the fiber is exacerbating a problem which is already there, which is essentially a problem with the ratio of good to bad bacteria in your gut. Things like small bacterial overgrowth, for example. Yeah, but PP said, like, you put 5 influencers in a video saying the word bloating in this video, you're wrong. Yeah, exactly. What can I say?
Bloating.
Like, there's like experts, like Mike the Vegan actually interviewed like experts on gut health, and Mike the Vegan's himself a master's in public health, and he interviewed people who are actually like PhDs, and like who write books on this shit, and specifically related to gut health, and if anything, the need for a plant-based diet in order to overcome these problems.
Bloated, severe bloating, bloated, like I was 4 months pregnant.
Really bad gastrointestinal issues.
Digestive illnesses like.
Oh, come on, man. Veggie, please. What's he called? What's he called? Is it Veggie, please? What's he called? Is it vegan, please? Like, this guy's insane. Like, I like the guy. Like, I think, like, and even he was flip-flopping between, like, he went fucking carnivore and he was doing some mad shit, like there's some of these people, it's like, watch that content. You don't even have to, like, look, man, they're crazy. Like, they're actually, like, vegetable, please, that's it. It says there in the bottom right. Yeah, like, vegetable, please is, like, actually fucking crazy, man. Like, he's, like, actually fucking crazy. He's charming, yeah, but he's crazy. Like, he's, like, I actually feel bad for the guy. Like, the guy, and he just goes on these extreme fucking diets. He's going on, like, carnivore, then he's going off carnivore, then and he's just trying to work out what the fuck's going on, because he's just in a mess, man.
That were so severe.
My intestines were actually bleeding.
Really bad pain after
My intestines were actually bleeding. Are we actually going to say that you ate fiber till your intestines bled?
Get diarrhea, blood in my stool.
Like, someone called the ex-plant-based eater is really going to indicate to me they're going to have a biased incentive, right? Which is a lot of the people, to be honest, as well. Like,
so as mentioned,
it's like such a fucking thing to get views, because you get the vegan views and the anti-vegan views if you just go, I'm no longer vegan.
84% of vegans eventually go back to eating animal products. But to be fair, it's for various reasons, like social factors and practicality.
You just drank half and half, baby.
However, many do quit the diet because of health issues.
That man drank his own urine and nearly starved himself to death after he went vegan. It's like... It's like fucking... What's she called? It's not Evolving with Elise. I know her as something else. What's she called? It's not... She was like Raw... Is she Raw Vanna? Like, who the... Like, she was raw, and she ate, like, essentially, she ate an unhealthy diet and masking her eating disorder, and then used this as a way to kind of... And I'm pretty sure she's the one that said that it had to do with mold in Hawaii.
Had strong faith that I could get everything that I needed on a plant-based vegan diet, and you might be confused, like, okay, you ate salmon and then all of your problems went away.
Despite obviously...
Yeah, because, like, your problems were like, I was having an autoimmune issue with a specific kind of mold in Hawaii, right? And then you're like, and then I ate salmon and it all went away. I'm sorry, but colour me skeptical of that one.
Having a lot invested in this, I wasn't able to make it work.
You didn't have a lot invested in it, though. You had nothing invested in it. If anything, like, it was getting in the way of your simping for Michaela Peterson. Like, we saw the video. We were there.
Next guest used to be known as...
It gets you so many views. And the vegan prince, Tim Sheaf. Oh, this guy's completely narcissistic. He's completely mad as well. Like, he nearly killed himself after this, where he was like, oh, veganism's too sharp and too complex. And, oh, veganism's this. It's not right. It's not right. And I had salmon and then I orgasmed. And he literally said that, by the way, that he had salmon and then came, right? Like, he had like a wet dream because he had salmon, right? Like, this is the quality of content. Like,
the vegan prince.
Even people like John Venus, Elise Parker, Bonnie Rebecca, Cosmic Skeptic, Tim Sheaf, and others who achieved fame in part because they were vegan still could not make the diet work.
Gut issues.
All of that fame was diminishing as the sort of fucking Raw Till 4 2015 trends were dying out. And now they're looking for a way to invigorate their brands, right? Oh, guess what? I'm not vegan anymore.
Talking about my gut health, explaining that I'd been having some problems for a little while now.
Bloating and a lot of gas, like a lot of gas.
Issues, digestion. I think as many vegans, normal.
The guy saying that he had digestion issues, but he said prior to saying that he had digestion issues that actually it solved these digestion issues. And then he said, oh, but I'm lying. I was lying then. I was lying. It didn't solve anything. And then he starved himself for 30 days after giving this up and drank his own urine. Like, maybe not trust his testimony. John Venus started, John Venus used it to try and promote his brand. And let's be honest, he moved in with his, essentially, his hunter father and mother-in-law, whatever, brother-in-law, who were, and his wife wasn't vegan. So they moved in, right? He moved in with his, basically, like, his family who were anti-vegan and then became non-vegan and then cited health issues. And even his story was absolutely bollocks.
Bad digestion.
It's just something that you kind of like normalize when you're vegan. My digestion was just like,
my digestion's fucking sick. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with these people, right? Like there's nothing fucking wrong with my digestion, right? Like, if anything, like my digestion's way better. I used to get so fucking sick before I was vegan. Like, I'm pretty sure I must be lactose intolerant or some shit because like nah, man.
Not great. I didn't feel like I was really absorbing nutrients.
It's understood that a variety of issues.
What does that feel like? Tell me, what does it feel like where you're like, it feels like I'm not absorbing nutrients.
Issues with the gut impair B12 absorption. There are various compounds in plants people can be sensitive to, like gluten, oxalates, lectins, and phytates, but
we're gonna go like the number one allergy in the world is lactose, man. Like, people are very sensitive to animal foods. That's like seafood, right? Like when we look at fish, shellfish, and like lactose. So we're just like, people are allergic to nuts. That doesn't make nuts bad. Like gluten, like, some people are sensitive to gluten, right? Although that's been blown out the fucking water by loads of pseudoscientific bullshit. Man, I eat straight gluten and I feel fucking fine, right? Some people can't eat gluten. You know what they should do? Not eat gluten, right? Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's,
simply eating too much fiber could be a culprit.
There was studies showing that our ancestors ate up to over 100 grams of fiber a day. It's not about how much fiber you eat, it's how you process fiber, and largely that's to do with essentially microbial growth in your gut.
2012 study found in 63 patients with constipation.
We also found that in the Harvard nurses study that fiber was the most vital nutrient for longevity, or the greatest nutrient for longevity. And this had like, I think it was like over 10 years, over 30 years, and over 10,000 participants. And it from that study, it showed that eating basically a bowl of oatmeal's worth of fiber a day had the same effect on longevity as jogging for 30 minutes. So like in terms of like longevity. So, that eggs had the equivalent effect of, I think eating an egg a day was the equivalent of having 5 cigarettes.
Reducing fiber intake improved symptoms, but eating a zero fiber diet completely eliminated all symptoms. As for
a zero fiber diet, is, how could you look yourself in the fucking mirror and even recommend a zero fiber diet?
Faux Turkey tipped £6.90.
Oh, thank you very much, Faux Turkey. I very much appreciate it. Like, how could you actually recommend a zero fiber diet? That's sickening. That is actually fucking sickening. Like, what, do you know how essential fiber is for your health? Like, even Joe Rogan made like a meme about that where he's like, just eat some fucking broccoli. And that's fucking Joe Rogan. Right? Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you ever recommend a zero fiber diet? Like,
B12, you need to have a strong enough stomach acid to properly absorb it. And dietary fiber is known to weaken the stomach acid. So the context matters. What else are you getting with the nutrients? For example, there are plenty of plant sources of iron, but plant foods like whole grains, legumes...
So is he saying that the symptoms of, like, I don't know, I mean, like, we kind of jumped from there, like, where basically people were saying that they weren't getting bloating when they cut out fiber. Well, yes, because bloating in relation to IBS is going to be tied to fermentability, which isn't a bacterial problem, right? Which is why we go, okay, like, it's tied to fiber intake, sure, because of fermentation. But if you do that, you are going to end up on a diet where you, like Jordan Peterson, where you can only eat meat, and it will get worse and worse. The more you cut out, the worse it's going to get. Now, sometimes an elimination diet is useful in order to find out foods that are aggravating your specific, like, sort of internal system. That's fine. But, like, if you're having a sort of generalized symptoms of IBS, you could have, like, bacterial overgrowth. And as you cut, and it's very common, I think it's estimated, I think, like, even up to 70% of cases of IBS can be bacterial overgrowth. So, like, it's, when we look at how this actually affects people continuing to essentially live, you like people who are stuck only eating meat. Like what is, like, Jordan Peterson eats steak, only steak, every day, for every fucking meal. And that's all he can do. And if he has a glass of apple juice, he has feelings of impending doom, right? For, like, days. That's not living anymore, man. Like, oh, the rain, yeah. We've turned it into an ASMR stream. Like, there's people who can hear, they can hear the rain. Okay. Yeah. Right. Soon. It's too hot in here. I've left that heater on. I need to get that off.
And nuts contain phytic acid that impairs iron absorption.
Take a bite of the national brand spinach.
Anything you want.
Ugh. Spinach is thought to be a...
Spinach is high in oxalates. Like, they're not exactly, like, spinach has problems, like, no doubt. But, like, why are we just picking on plant foods, like, rather than...
Great source of iron, but you can only absorb 2% of it because of the oxalate in it. Then where...
But, like, you don't have to eat like, what? Like, fuck.
The heme iron in animal foods is very easily absorbed.
You can, like, massively increase iron absorption through vitamin C intake. And also, heme iron leads to heme iron toxicity and increased calcification of cholesterol in your bloodstream, which is directly tied to our #1 causes of death, right? And in studies have already shown vegans don't have higher rates of anemia. So even though we're not getting as much iron, we don't have higher rates of anemia because you have too much fucking iron.
The non-heme iron in plants and supplements is quite poorly absorbed. 2 different literature reviews suggest that vegans are at greater risk for iron deficiency than omnivores. Now, before we continue, why should we assume a meat-containing diet was the natural default for humans?
Exactly, Endo. Like, heme iron has no intake limit. You're bypassing your body's natural regulatory mechanisms. When you intake heme iron, you're basically fucking pumping high amounts of iron into your blood to the point in which you become toxic. To the point in which it's damaging you.
Rather than
you can't do anything about it. That's the thing. It's not like you urinate it out.
Plant-based diet.
It takes fucking ages to remove your iron.
Well, to get a wide variety of nutrients, vegans have to eat a huge variety of modern fruits and vegetables.
The fuck is this cosmic horror?
But the fruits and vegetables early humans had access to were nothing like modern ones. Before
I'm pretty sure it's estimated that we had, like, a much very greater varied diet in early humanity. Also, like if we look at the intake of things like starches.
They had far less actually edible material, and they were far more fibrous and filled.
Are we fucking playing that game? There are 250,000 edible plants in the world, and you eat like 4 animals, and you're gonna make out like we have less options.
With seeds. Paleoanthropologist Daniel Lieberman has said that the sweetest fruit available would have been no sweeter than a modern day carrot. And we have stable isotope studies finding we ate pretty much whatever meat we could get our hands on. And our earliest art is cave paintings of hunts. Further, our stomach.
A lot of these cave paintings, North Europe, right? Likely following. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm not denying we're hunted, but if you look at the fossil records of like what the average hunter-gatherer society was consuming, much more gathering than hunting for caloric intake.
Stomach acid is very suited for digesting meat at a strong pH of 1.5.
Our stomach acid is fucking shit for eating meat. It is absolutely terrible compared to carnivores and omnivores.
It's even stronger than carnivores like cats or dogs.
That's a fucking
Lastly,
lie.
the brain is a
That's a straight up fucking lie.
Disproportionately energy expensive organ, hogging 20% of our oxygen and calories. Our guts, which were also energy expensive, shrank in size to allocate more resources to the brain. Thus, to fuel our big brains, the more energy efficient animal fat became favored over fibrous plants that took time and energy to chew and digest. Most people are not aware that animal foods are packed with far more of a huge variety of nutrients, especially ones critical for brain function. Things like iron.
Like, okay, I think I may be wrong in the stomach acid thing. I actually think that the stomach acid for us is about the same as dogs and cats, not too far off. But I don't think that shows that we're carnivores, right?
Iodine, iron, zinc, B vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin A, DHA, and choline would have been near impossible for early humans to get from plant foods. This may have a role in why a 2021 study found that people who don't eat meat have a significantly higher risk of depression and anxiety.
I tried salmon. I had 8 ounces of salmon, and I woke up the next morning with 0 brain fog, 0 migraine. I felt the best that I had in probably like 3 years.
I was vegan for a very long time, and I've had to introduce fish because my brain wasn't functioning properly.
In fact, if you eat all the parts of a ruminant like a cow, you can get every single essential nutrient, even vitamin C. You can get a little bit from the liver and adrenal glands.
Yeah, not really though. There's a reason why carnivores don't produce they produce their own vitamin C. Like carnivores and omnivores typically produce their own vitamin C, but we don't produce our own vitamin C. And you see this among fructivores. So yeah. Yeah, I know. Dogs aren't carnivores, they're omnivores. Let's think I was gonna say let's actually check While the literature on human stomach and its acidity and the gut microbiome seems to support the idea that the stomach acidity evolved as a barrier to pathogen colonization. Okay, so like turkeys have a stomach acid of like considerably lower than us. and our stomach pH is actually, it's in line with omnivores. It's actually like, according to this study, it's about 2.5. I thought it was closer to 3, so I'm glad I'm not fucking crazy. Specialist carnivores, it's higher. Herbivores, where they're like ruminants, it seems higher again. And then herbivores with 2 stomachs are higher again. But scavengers and obligate scavengers have the highest. So it seems to be directly related with the other filtration mechanisms and that allow you to filter out pathogens in your food. Okay.
Plants. But of course, plants are a much better source of vitamin C.
I've been on a pure
which is why, like, even though carnivores, like specialist carnivores, so general carnivores and specialist carnivores, general carnivores aren't too dissimilar from ours. Specialist carnivores have even higher stomach acid than us, like lower stomach acid than us. No, higher, that's right. To the point in which it's over 3.
carnivore diet.
I only eat meat for the last 5 years.
All animal products.
You just use 2 people from the fucking same family, man.
All the time. And that's it.
Meat.
Can I get 16 just plain patties by themselves?
Oddly enough, recently some people
fucking Dr. Shaw
are eating only animal foods for years without any identifiable nutrient deficiencies, at least so far.
I don't think
I want to see a blood test for their fucking LDL cholesterol. I want to see their LDL fucking cholesterol right now. Like, please.
think there are any risks to eating animal foods exclusively.
I'm not saying zero plant foods is the healthiest diet, but it shows how nutrient dense animal foods are. The people eating the traditional diets did eat a few plant foods, but they just weren't nearly as important to them as the animal foods. That said, fruits and vegetables can be a great source of nutrients like vitamin C or manganese, and important electrolytes like potassium and magnesium. Actually, the people of the high Andes identified kelp as a very mineral-rich food. The peoples Weston Price studied had an intuitive understanding of the importance of nutrient-dense foods, especially in pregnancy and childhood.
You know why they use the word nutrient-dense? Because there's no actual fucking standard for nutrient-dense. If he said nutritious, now he's going to have to actually imply that this food is good for you. But because you can say nutrient-dense and it's not like, yeah, it's nutrient-dense. Like, that means nothing. Is it nutritious?
Even without a nutrition label, they knew that certain animal foods encouraged proper, robust growth.
Fresh liver was a delicacy at the end of a hunt, and the juicy entrails might please the young ones.
In fact, before pregnancy, they would commit to a period of special feeding. Usually,
are we looking at people who live in literal Arctic wastelands for how we should live? Like, they survive this way because it's that or death. There's no plants. They're beyond the level in which plants grow.
Usually lasting at least 6 months, where they would eat various animal foods dense in fat-soluble vitamins and other nutrients. Things like fish eggs, meat, and high-fat dairy.
I had many vegan family
Isn't their life expectancy fucking shit?
friends. They started experiencing and observing some things in their kids that they were not really happy about. Gut issues and dental issues and growth-related issues. I was in an event and I saw, some children that didn't have the most optimal characteristics for their age.
As Michael Pollan has argued in his book Defense of Food, we frequently fall victim to this concept of nutritionism, that we don't necessarily need whole foods, we just need their components. But certain supplements illustrate how it's a lot more complex than that. According to a 2012...
I mean, it's like, I think actually whole food vegans seem to be doing a lot better, and even when we look at like processed foods, I don't know how we can just get away with without processed meat, or the factory farmed meat, which is full of shit.
Study, despite taking prenatal supplements, 58% of pregnant women had iron levels below normal. Choline...
Iron during pregnancy is the number one cause of iron deficiency, man. Like,
is a critical nutrient for brain function, and one study estimates 90% of Americans aren't getting enough. A 2019 study found choline from egg yolks to be far better absorbed than choline from the common supplement choline bitartrate. Just 150 calories of egg yolk will give you over 100% of your requirement.
Want to grow? The calcium in milk helps bones grow.
American dairy funding this, and then totally non-biased.
Study found that while dietary calcium reduced the risk of heart attack,
I really want to see these fucking studies.
Calcium supplements increased the risk. Calcium can be hard for vegans to get enough of without supplementation. This 2020 study found vegans had weaker bones and a 43% higher risk for fractures than omnivores. I'm not saying all supplements are just bad. They indeed have been found to help people reach the appropriate intake of certain nutrients. I take some specific supplements myself. The point is there can be issues with relying on supplements. But we can't just assume something is healthy just because it's natural. After all, untreated water is very natural, but it's a great way to get dysentery.
Okay, we're 20 minutes in. I feel like I don't think I can... They had higher bone fractures because they weren't as fat. I wouldn't be surprised. Go outside more. No, like, okay, right. The non-vegans were too fat, and the fat was cushioning the blows to their bones. I could believe it. I actually could believe people with like more cushional have lower rates of fractures. I'll have to look into the studies in general. It's not too much of a struggle. It's just a bit frustrating because I don't feel like it's actually like a decent video. I don't feel like it's delving into the science. It's just taking a surface level approach, talking about like this is one of the biggest problems we're having in nutrition. Is just people fucking reference studies without actually talking about the studies and explaining how the studies work, and then generalizing the conclusions. And it's just fake nutritional science. It's very frustrating. Okay, I don't think I can take much more of that. Oh no, I appreciate Shadow. Actually, I think I'll probably have to respond to it like properly. There's a lot going on, man, and nutrition's a difficult science. Welcome Dutch person, by the way. My girlfriend has Dutch family and everything, so Holland's actually a really cool country as well. Very, very formal people, like straight back, like not formal, like I don't know, like there's a kind of like it's kind of weird. Like I feel like Holland is like the Netherlands is it's like this weird mix of conservatism and like real liberalism with some things, man. I quite like Holland. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in Holland. Like, I like the way that the cities are laid out in like Holland. Like Amsterdam, for example, is really good. For a capital city, is incredible. There's some things in Holland that I think are really cool. It's very organized, yeah. The Calvinist tradition, I think, has impacted a lot of Holland in a very like in a very for good and bad. Thoughts on the Passion of the Christ film? I've not seen it. It's Mel Gibson, isn't it? Yeah. What do I eat in a day? It depends, right? Like if I'm being healthy or if I'm being like a slob and like totally useless, or if I'm in like in a rush and stuff. I eat a lot of chilies. So I eat like so like I have like vegan protein powder if I ever want to have like when I'm trying to like build muscle and stuff. I eat like soy protein, like textured vegetable protein and stuff like that as well. I wanted to make vegan meats and stuff with like gluten and stuff like that. Like I never really get around to it. I'm trying to think what else. I considerable amounts of burgers. Like, I mean, actual diet's really unhealthy and I need to sort it out. Like, considerable amounts of burgers. And junk food, really. Noodles, yeah. Man, I need to stop eating shit. Like, I actually do. I need to sort myself out. Favorite salad. Man, don't you mess with me like that. Salad. Fucking salad. I guess my favorite salad would be I don't know, man, like it's probably like a pasta salad or something. Like or like the lettuce on me burger. I don't know. True, if you just put MSG in it, that's 100%, man. Just MSG it, I'll get you through. Yeah, absolutely, Endo. Shoot. First time live viewer here. The algorithm spat out your debate with Voice yesterday. I absolutely loved it. Great work. I'm looking forward to going back with your backlog of vids. Oh, thank you very much, Jeffrey, man. I appreciate it. Is there anything you're specifically interested in? I'll point you in the right direction. Yeah, I need to just sort like, oh, I mean, girlfriend makes broth as well. I'm a big fan of like Scotch broth. Really great. The Vosh debate, unfortunately, has become me magnum opus, hasn't it? It's like the thing that attracts everyone on the channel, man. I'm very into anything post 68. Do you mean that you're post 68? Is that what you mean? If you're more interested in the sort of philosophy side of things, I've got some beginner videos on philosophy that I recommend, like Metaphysics and Epistemology, sort of explaining like various philosophical theories. I've got the ethics one coming up this week, should be. And then like I've got loads of debates and stuff. I should probably put them in like, I think I had like a debates playlist, but I think I'm probably need to organize it a bit better. I didn't see your comments, Arakoda. Let's have a look. I think I answered your favorite salad thing. Well, I debated Aaron Ra. Yeah, Aaron Ra's never going to debate me, like, legitimately, because I don't think Aaron Ra debates legitimately. Like, he just takes what he wants to be the case and sort of runs with it. He doesn't want to have a discourse with, like, actual Christians, man. He just wants to argue against the straw man of Christianity. So, I don't know, man. Like, if you're asking us, like, do I think he'll actually debate Christianity? I don't think he has in the past. The vitamin C comment. What vitamin C comment? I didn't see your comment there. I'm after. It's not YouTube. I don't think it's just not coming through to OBS. 1 second. I don't know how far behind. No, actually, that's trying to play from beginning. That's why I was thinking that's really far behind, but it's not. I think it's because this is on top chat. If I turn this to live chat, I think no, I still can't see it. What did he say about vitamin C and stuff? Am I missing some of the comments? It's like not even on my dashboard, man. Like, I mean, mostly leftist political theory post 1968 and the influence of post-structuralism on the thought. Oh, Deleuze and Fischer, for example. All right, okay, so like more advanced. Like, I actually have no idea. I don't know. I was doing a Foucault series, but then I sort of stopped with that one. I should probably do that again and maybe pick up more on the Deleuzean side of things. Like, it would be kind of cool to talk about the more French existential, like post-structuralists. Like Bourriat and all that would be cool. Very possibly. I'm gonna take this second to quickly be right back. Drop it in the chat. What's wrong with the music choice, man? Taco salads are best salads. Solid choice. Completely agree. Taco anything solid, really, isn't it? Tacos are so good. Absolutely love tacos. Some people ain't got culture. That's it. Definitely not differences in taste. Totally they're wrong. Yep. Why am I specifying the creation of vitamin C as part of the definition of an omnivore? No, I'm not. I'm not saying it defines what an omnivore is. I'm just saying omnivores and carnivores typically can produce their own vitamin C. Normally because, like, well, not all, not actually, omnivores can actually produce, some of them don't produce their own vitamin C, but omnivores and carnivores are more likely to have that mechanism where animals in general that sort of intake these nutrients don't. So, like, what we can see is primates typically get a high amount of vitamin C. So, like, from their natural diet, so they don't produce vitamin C. And considering our ancestors would have likely produced vitamin C, like, when you go back in the sort of evolutionary chain, you can see, well, there's a reason why that's no longer part of our constitution. Uncultured swine. yeah, absolutely, man. I'll review a God debate, but not tonight. I'm gonna bounce now. So, guys and ladies, if you like this, give it a thumbs up. Consider subscribing, and if you want to learn more about philosophy, check out my free webinar for the best and worst ways to start your philosophical journey, and it comes with a free downloadable reading list. So do check that out. And it'll be thank you very much, Mario.
Mario G tipped £6.90. Hey you bloke, can I please get a toast sandwich?
A toast sandwich. I just got, like, we don't eat toast sandwiches, man. I promise you. British people don't eat toast sandwiches. It's a lie. It's a myth. None of us eat toast sandwiches, man. It's like a myth that students were like I've heard this like a few years ago that there was apparently students somewhere eating toast sandwiches. We don't do it. It's just a slice of toast in between two pieces of bread. It's not real. I've never met a toast. I've never met a toast sandwich. I've never met anyone who eats a toast sandwich. Now a crisp sandwich. Now that is absolutely amazing. Beans on toast. Absolutely. You know, various forms of toasties. But never a toast sandwich. Bro, hiding the secret. Chip buddy, man. Oh, chip buddies. Oh. I used to get chip buddies with gravy when I was a kid. Chip sandwich. I eat noodle sandwiches. I love noodle sandwiches. I'll put like noodles just in a sandwich. Like, butter both sides of the bread and just put noodles in the sandwich. I love a noodle sandwich. Dry crisp sandwich or hot sauce crisp sandwich? Oh, that's actually sound. It depends on the crisps and my mood. But I love a bit of Frank's hot sauce on them sometimes. I've ate like a vegan meal sandwich, but not like a meal sandwich, just like I've dipped bread in mayonnaise. Marmite sandwiches. Yeah, man, I love Marmite. I do love Marmite. It's like this is the kind of food you eat when you're just done. When you just can't be bothered and you're hungry for like the 10th time today. Because you don't eat like regular meals, but you just sort of pick. But you eat more calories than most normal humans. And then you just start dunking bread in mayonnaise. Iceberg lettuce sandwiches. I used to eat iceberg lettuce sandwiches as a child. Like, I've had a few of those. They're actually alright. Tofu on toast. Oh, tofu sandwiches. I eat them all the time. I eat like you can get smoked tofu from Aldi now, and it's and I don't even heat the tofu up sometimes, and I just put it between two slices of toast. Okay, guys. It better be vegan bacon. Okay, guys. Check out the free do check out the free webinar if you want to learn how to start your philosophical journey and what to avoid on your philosophical journey. So basically how I would start it now. And check out the free downloadable PDF of the reading list that I recommend. Take you from the ancients all the way to the contemporaries. So yeah, check it out. Okay. Have a lovely night, everyone. And as always, try to gain some perspective.